Thank you for taking the initiative to set forward on how we're trying to administer things within the counseling and treatment department. So this would it be a transition from your paper, how you do the paper process, all the way over to more of an electronic process, so that way it makes it easier for your work communication flow, correct?
It does make it easier, it makes it more secure, and it makes their health records more permanent than paper.
I think this is something that we should really look at and consider as a tribe because right now I want to say we're in the dinosaur ages still. You know, this becomes really an encumbered cost, an incurred cost for each department when we have to utilize the paper, printer, toners, the maintenance of it. I think that's a real issue there, and I think it could really save us on cost as we move forward, and we're looking at more of that transitionary period to more of an electronic process. I know we're probably within the next month, we'll probably see if we can get some of the vendors that we have met down at Taro that definitely have these electronic programs and transition programs, AI programs. I think those are definitely a benefit and would really help you in your work, not just you, but any department in their work as we move to more of electronic an electronic records or record keeping in that aspect. So I think that would be a benefit. Legal, what do you see? I know it probably went through your process as the transmittal process. Was it the language of waiving the sovereign immunity? Do you see any complications, or is it something that's more, it's just a part of the formal process?
It's just part of the process. We did work with them, and I'm not sure if you were here at the last council meeting. We even tabled it because they said they would. We sent them the language in October. I'm not sure if they looked at it or not at that time, but last couple weeks ago they said they would look at it. So we tabled it, but then they came back and still said no, they wouldn't accept the language, which I'm not surprised because a lot of your software companies won't agree to the waiver. A lot of it does go bottom line to if they don't get paid, they want to have recourse. But other than that, we had the lady with the company, I can't think of her name. She was here last time, explained how it all works. I don't see any other legal issues. I think the way the records will be stored is more secure. And even if Mr. Harlan were to leave, then everything will be electronically, so someone coming in won't have to dig through files, find files, which kind of sounds like what's happening now. So from a legal perspective, yeah, it's a standard software agreement that I think will help the program, but there is a waiver, and it does just go, the liability is low. It really goes to the non-payment issue. I can't imagine why else they would sue the tribe.
Thank you for that. And I think it would be more confidential with the records that are being shared between you and your staff, because I know there's the HIPAA laws that really do play a role there. So really making sure that whatever documentation is between you and your staff. So I think that's really important. More on an important level, I think this is something that, again, I want to reiterate that on is really looking at that for all of the different departments that are out there, is really upgrading their processes to more of an electronic process. And that's probably something we'll discuss with a lot of the different departments as we come to those budget hearing in late summer. But definitely looking at that, there's probably going to be some changes that are coming through for a lot of departments. And we want to make sure that, you guys are aware of all of these things. And most importantly, I think that the electronic transition is definitely a need for everybody. So thank you for your presentation.
Question.
Wichkus, David, the way you said it was spot on. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think that this is a great thing, and Alston is correct. We do need to move. We need to move into the digital age because, yes, we're still relying on this, and, I think that it would be a great upgrade for all of our services to do that and to have the security that the electronic files have, because you have the password and all that thing. You can't go wrong with that. So, and any concerns that the tribe would have, I guess Miss Green just kind of minimized those. So I appreciate her background checking onto all of this and trying to work with that company. Thank you.
Miss Jacket.
Mike,
Mike?
which goes, hot Ana. Hot Ana means how are you? We're gonna have to learn that one too.
New got Sawai?
Okay,
All right. Okay.
I think this is a
Ron?
real good, move. I think move because I know what it's like, all the paperwork gets clogged up in that place and it's just, gets over there and there. But the only concern I have would be a confidentiality and who has the access to this, would it be only the counselors and
So that's a great question. Support staff has some access to some. And then, counselors would have the full access to the actual treatment, confidential information in the file. So yes, it would, only the people that had a login and password would even be able to, to get in there. There is some, within the software, there's something called a client portal. So individuals could have some access to their own records, and that could help us expand services. Similar to, when you go to the doctor nowadays, they can send you all those recommendations and treatment plan, and here's your prescription list, and you have it right there on your own little client portal. That would be a service we could expand into, but nobody could really access areas that similar to your bank or anything else that you can only see your stuff. It also does have the ability in there that say staff had family members or conflicts of interest. I have a way to make it so they couldn't see their family member or their neighbor or their ex-boyfriend. So there's ways to limit people's access within the system.
Chairman.
Yes.
Hello, Richard. Thank you for coming. I'm really glad that you took our recommendations and you came back not once but twice again. So that's very good. You see your hard work on working on this. And like you said, this is a step into new technology. We're already doing it. Some of us do have mobile banking, which we do our own personal banking. Everything, is electronic these days. So it's good that we're moving into that direction. And thank you for researching this and finding. I feel that this is going to be easier, not only for your program, but just, for everybody else who doesn't feel the need to fill out a big paper packet when they go in and see your department. And hopefully we can get other departments on board to utilizing some electronic like this, because I know when you do go into certain offices, doctors' offices and other places, they give you this big paper packet that you have to fill out, and which is time consuming, and sometimes people don't all have that information. So just doing it online and it being secure seems a little bit more easier, and we want to make things as easy as possible. So thank you, Richard, and I support this, and thank you for funding this.
I have another question.
Miss Jacket.
Will there be somebody helping them to do the intake part of it themselves?
So they always will help. Well, we will always
I
help.
mean, the clients will do that themselves.
They'll still come in for intake and interview. It's not completely online. There's still a lot of face-to-face, but rather than me just writing everything by hand and then trying to type it into Word, and it would be that some of the assessments I can just fill in online as I'm doing the interview, and it would just save that whole step of writing and typing.
Thank you. You're doing a good job. Until I see it and actually.
Treasurer?
Oh, yes, thank you for your presentation, Richard. I would really like to see this going because you'll be the first pilot for our tribe. And this has been talked about for a decade now, about doing paperless, going wireless. And this would help out the clients when they're going to rehab, when they're out there and they need information, and gets them out of here and gets them what they need. So thank you, and you do got my support with this. And I'd like to ask that other departments like Taro, Voc Rehab, maybe even Tawahi, that they can look at this process and look at what kind of software we can use, because this has been talked about for, like I said, a decade or more now, since this software information has been out there. But my last comment, I would really like to see you get that fiscal manager. I would really like to ask that you get some more counselors, and especially a youth counselor. I know you got the budget. Chairman and secretary, we met with Randall Morgan 2 weeks ago, and he did say you do got the budget. So if you got it, you got that carryover, I would very much encourage you to hire those people if you do need that. So Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
I don't want to say too soon because it hasn't finalized. I don't want to jinx it, but I did a really good interview with a licensed counselor on Friday. She's a licensed domestic violence counselor. And so I'm working on that right now, and the youth counselor is on the horizon.
Councilman Turtle?
Thank you for that, Richard. Again, thank you for presenting to us. I think probably in the near future, what I would like to see is as you're starting to transition over to this more electronic process, I would like to see a solidified plan between your department on things, how we could be successful after this, as you're talking about these counselors that are coming on and potentially being a part of this process. I just want to put that seed in your ear right now as you come up with a great plan. We know the struggles that our tribal members are facing with, especially with counseling and treatment, and especially after the mishaps that have happened with some of our tribal members. And we know that does play a part in there, but they have to understand that they play a role there too. So it's not just the service providers that should be at the forefront. It's these individuals that are going through these situations and their families. But I would really like to see how you're going to start to develop a plan with counseling and treatment, because I mean, this is generational trauma. You're seeing a lot of these issues go from generation to generation without a remedy to supplement it, anything like that. So that's something that I'd really love to see from you. On what you plan, what your vision is for the next year, what type of programs that you're planning to get involved with the tribal membership, because I think that's where it really stems from, is a lot of boots on the ground. We see a lot of departments that are really complacent, where they should have the ability to go out there and educate our tribal membership, but instead they'd rather stay in their offices. So really looking at that, this tribal council is really looking at that as we move forward. We want to see service providers with boots on the ground, feet on the ground, and making sure that you guys develop those relationships with the tribal members, because again, that's where it stems from. So, you bringing this to the forefront and saying this will make an easier process for you is really enabling and saying, okay, you're taking that initiative to turn this program around. I think it's got a lot of opportunity, and I think we can really educate our tribal membership on a lot of the things that they're dealing with and going through, because behavioral health really plays an essential role there as we move forward, regardless of your age group. I mean, you could be the youngest person to the oldest elder, and still mental or behavior health really still affects a lot of our people there. And then it really leads into dependency issues. So really looking and making sure that we have a good plan with not just your department, but other service providers as well, and how you all collaborate with one another, because that's the only way we're going to get promising results as we move forward. So I just say that in the most respectful way to everybody out there and yourself. We've got a lot of work to do. And, I think a lot of this work stems from developing relationships amongst our departments. So again, I wish you well. If this is something that's going to be passed by the tribal council, which it sounds like it is, I wish you well. And again, as Treasurer Jack had said, you're going to be the department that's doing this pilot project to ensure that this is a transition that is necessary, because you guys are dealing with a lot of sensitive material. And I just want to make sure that, as we move forward and if we approve this, that your project really leads the way in a good way for other departments to follow by. So again, thank you, Richard. Thank you, Chairman.
Like, see, some of the council people have come to visit us, and I am just full of ideas. I'm excited and energetic, and if you have the time, you've reached out to me before, but if you do have time to come down and let me show you around and share with you some of the ideas, and I have been reaching out to some other departments. I'd love to talk to you about that some other time.
Good. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I do.
Ms. Jacket?
Also, traditional therapy. Be a big part of your plan, your treatment plan, to include that.
I agree, and we've integrated some, and I have a lot more that I'd like to do.
Well, as has been mentioned, you're starting off something new trim for the tribe. Hopefully that will be successful, and we can utilize it too among the other departments. Well, thank you.
The way out. Okay, what my little bit of what I know of what is transpiring has been something that we've been pushing for quite some time in the public health departments that I once was a part of when they first initiated the electronic health records. And our emphasis was to get the public health department at that time to go to the electronic health records in support of IHS had the software and was going to have us utilize the IHS servers to initiate the electronic health records in the CHR, PHN, as well as the mental health component for the tribe. And push came to shove, not understanding the capabilities and the critical information that we could share on our patients in the way that we conferred or we confined in patients, that we could share that data with the clinic from the tribal health department. And it would have kept better tabs as the process went along, because all we would do is enter the patient number of the individual, of the vitals, the interaction we made, and then load it into the server with IHS so that the direct service physicians and others could access it and could keep better monitoring of the patient as we worked with them, whether it was the CHRs, whether it was the dialysis drivers, the dialysis centers, and the health education component, as well as the mental health component. We had put that together, but it never bare any results. So it was dropped at that time, but it still lingered, because that's what IHS utilizes, is the electronic health records in their assessment of the patients. So again, it's a long time coming, and what you're doing at this current time is just phenomenal, that you need to keep that momentum going. You have a lot in front of you, and I would reiterate what members of the council have said, was start focusing on the administrative duties and as well as the counseling services, you know, and as Councilman Treasurer Jacket had indicated, we met with Randall Morgan a few weeks ago regarding the 638 contracts dollars. This year, for the first time in many years, IHS is willing to give us the full allocation of the $638 to the programs. We don't have to submit reimbursements anymore. It is up to you to ensure that what you cost out, what you bill for, is kept up in a concise, precise manner that you get your funds. You are able to utilize the funds with no attachment, no reimbursement requests. So that's a good thing. So I want you to continue to move forward, share the idea, share the concept, and continue on with trying to put the behavioral health component, transitional component to these funds that were so at risk right now. So keep that going, and we wish you the best of luck in this. So with that, you have a resolution before us. Do you have that resolution with you?
I do. I made copies.
Okay, could you, we have copies. I hope it's the same copies that we have. So if you can
I didn't
read
change
the resolution.
title. I think your copy might be an old one, like just with the title.
Okay, if you got copies, 7 copies for the council, and we'd appreciate it. And if you could read the resolution.
Hope that's enough. I made a bunch. The whole thing?
Yes,
So a resolution of the Ute Mountain Tribal Council referencing an authorization to enter into agreement with RxNT to provide electronic health records. Whereas the Constitution and bylaws of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe approved June 6, 1940, and subsequently amended, provides in Article 3 that the governing body of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe is the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council, and sets forth in Article 5 the powers of the Tribal Council exercised in this resolution. And whereas the Tribal Council is responsible for protecting and promoting the best interests of the community and the members of the tribe, and whereas the Tribal Council is responsible for protecting and enhancing the natural resources of the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation, and whereas the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe is invested in the physical and mental health of its population, it is necessary to use electronic health records to provide historical data and a continuum of services over one's lifetime. Whereas RxNT provides electronic health records service at a reasonable cost, RxNT Terms of Use Agreement contains a waiver of sovereign immunity in section 17A and B, state that jurisdiction and governing law will be the state of Maryland, and should any dispute arise. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tribal Council hereby approves RxNT's term of use. Be it finally resolved that the chairman of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe is authorized to sign this resolution and to take further action as may be necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution. The foregoing resolution duly adopted this date.
okay, thank you, Mr. Harlan. Members of council, before us, we have a resolution that the Ute Mountain Ute Substance and Counseling Services is bringing forth to us for the usage of the electronic health records, and the company that is going to administer or have the application to it is RxNT. So what are the wishes of the tribal council at this time?
Chairman,
Yes.
I make a motion to authorize to enter into agreement with RxNT to provide electronic health.
I have a motion, Secretary House, to move forward on the resolution. Councilman Turtle.
Chairman, I got a quick question before this, and I don't know if this was discussed in last council meeting, but I'm seeing all the proper documentations that are here. Is there a cost that comes with this electronic service that you're doing? I'd really like to see the cost and the breakdown of that, and just referenced it back into this resolution. I think that's somewhat that the council would appreciate, just so it verifies that if it's a year basis, if it's a 2-year basis, I think that's something that needs to be stated within the resolution with supporting documentation.
Okay, I think the cost is in the packet, and it's $1,200 a year with the 10% discount.
I think it was in the packet.
previous.
Oh, okay, so the very first initial process that you did, I think it's important that you attach it with this, so that way we have all that clarification and it coincides with one another. I'm just saying that as one council member, because as we pass these resolutions, you gotta ensure that everything is there, because what if we go through this and it's not specified within this, and there's other concerns that are there. So that's just my opinion as one council member. The other council members could totally have a different opinion, but I think it needs to be referenced within the resolution. That's just my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have before us a motion to move forward. I as well have comments from Councilman Turtle signifying the full document to be attached to this resolution and has the cost indicated, as well as the terms of the term limits of this contract. What is the choice of the council?
Chairman, if I can revise my motion, just if Richard can have all that documentation, just whatever you came with the first time, all that, the agreement with it, and then just add in the cost of it.
So do I make like another whereas and just include the
Yeah,
cost?
just include that with and if you said if you're gonna pay that year to get that 10% discount, or if you're gonna pay it, I
Okay.
don't know, monthly.
Can you bring that back this afternoon?
Absolutely.
If you can make those changes this afternoon, we won't have to recreate the wheel and bring you back before council. So if you could do that for us, I will take the revised of the motion and leave it open until such documents have a complete document attached to it. Okay?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sawayak. Mr. Scott, you're supposed to say Manubes.
Put a little flag on it.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Trovato. Whatever.
There's not
That's
a.
what it
Yeah.
is. We're in class. We're in class. Mr. Trovato, please.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Executive Staff. Lee Trovato, Broadband Consultant for Mountain Ute Tribe.
Welcome, Mr. Trovato. Could you go over the line of business you bring forth to the tribal council, please?
I'm bringing back the bond that had the executive waiver of sovereign immunity in connection with the Colorado broadband project bonds at council's request for some additional information. The additional information of examples of the bonding was provided. When we looked at the additional information, we found out that not only did we need a bond from the same bonding company in the state of Colorado. We also needed a bond from, or the state of Utah as well. And to expedite the approval of that and to not take up council's times with more resolutions, we included that as well. It's for the state of Utah licensing agreement. This will allow us to do the fiber optic work and start a relationship with the state of Utah licensing agency, which will also be used in some water projects that are upcoming. So we felt like that was important to include in this as well. There is no cost to the tribe. These will be paid out of the grants. So if you'd like me to read the updated resolution, I'd be happy to.
Before you do we have any questions from the tribal council in regards to the limited waiver of sovereign immunity with this broadband project bonds? Councilman Turtle.
Thank you for that, Lee. Thank you for coming back in front of the tribal council and presenting the full agreement and what is needed to pass this bonding. We're seeing how important it is for us to be bonded as a tribe, especially with the project this big. This broadband project is going to be. I think it's going to be more successful than what we got going on with the other outside entities that are providing internet services for here. But we're seeing along the way all the challenges, especially with litigation and how important these bondings are for the tribe and for the project partners that we have out there. So I thank you for that. Legal, do you see any issues with the waiver of the sovereign immunity as we move forward, or with the bonding for Colorado, Utah?
No, we've been working on it. When I say we, Casey just joined and she works directly on broadband. But no, I mean, it has the waiver, and but the bonds are something we have to have for the grants. So both Casey and I have reviewed it. Casey, do you have any additional comments?
Good morning, everyone. No, I don't. I think, I agree with Nikki that these are requirements that we need from the state for these grant funds to move forward with the project. And I had outlined to Nikki that all the broadband contractors are required to get their own bonds as well. So essentially, this is just another layer of protection for these bonds, for the tribe to get their own bonds. But, if there were any issues with broadband contractors not doing the work, first those bonds would be called first. So it would hopefully be a pretty rare occurrence that these bonds would ever be implicated at all, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that, Nikki and Casey, explaining on how these bonds are really important with the projects that we got going on. And again, thank you, Lee, for bringing and presenting it for council. I mean, we've got this broadband project that's scheduled for completion probably at late summer. So we need to make sure that we have everything that's extra secure into place. So again, thank you for those explanations to our attorneys that are out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions? Vice Chairman.
Good morning, Lee. On this ROW, is it just the one along 191 in Utah?
Yeah, it's at the crossing of Woodpile Road there.
Okay.
And that specifically, however, we do have a couple other spots along the highway later in the future that we may address with the White Mesa Express line that's coming, and the redoing of the lines to the tanks, and also access to that tank over there. And if we start the relationship now, it'll be much smoother once the water projects start as well.
Okay, thank you. I had one more question. On the back of your packet, you have a receipt for WinZip Clever Bridge.
Oh, that must be wrong. Must have been included not correctly. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say,
Sorry about that.
all right, I was gonna ask if that was related to the,
No.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing and hearing none, I am going to go to Mr. Chabato to read the resolution that is before us. Mr. Chabato?
Thank you, Chairman. I start from the third whereas.
Yes.
Whereas the Tribal Council has determined that the planning and development of fiber optic infrastructure is essential to economic, educational, health, governmental, social, community development on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation, and that expanded fiber capacity will directly benefit tribal members, tribal government, and the community. Whereas the tribe is actively implementing a broadband infrastructure initiative to expand reliable, high-speed internet service to tribal members, tribal enterprises, and essential government services. Recognizing that broadband connectivity is critical to public safety, education, healthcare access, economic development, and long-term community resilience. Whereas the tribe entered into the state of Colorado local fiscal recovery funds, SLFRF, broadband grant agreements is amended with the Governor's Office of Information and Technology and the Colorado Broadband Office to support the planning, construction, and expansion of broadband infrastructure on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation. Whereas the Tribal Council is considering the approval of the State of Colorado SLFRF grant agreement amendments to clarify and update performance bond and labor and material policy, restate the total federal and state grant award amounts and scope of the broadband projects, and reaffirm December 31st, 2026 as the federal grant award expenditure end date. Whereas pursuant to the amended state of Colorado broadband grant agreements, the tribe is required to obtain and furnish performance bonds and labor and material payment bonds for the broadband project. Whereas in addition to the required broadband performance bonds and labor and material payment bonds, the tribe is also required to obtain a utility permit bond issued in the favor of the Utah Department of Transportation in connection with the right-of-way access, utility placement, restoration obligations associated with broadband infrastructure crossing or impacting state highway corridors. Whereas the proposed agreement indemnity with security applies to broadband project bonds and the UDOT permit bond, and the limited waiver of sovereign immunity attaches Exhibit A applies solely to the actions provided by the surety arising under it or related to those bonds and the associated agreement of indemnity. Whereas the tribe is working with a security company, Arthur J. Gallagher and Company, the surety, that has agreed to issue the performance bonds and labor and material payment bonds for the tribe's broadband projects, under which the tribe will act as the principal on the bonds, and the surety will guarantee the tribe's performance and payment obligations to the state of Colorado. Whereas in connection with the issuance of the broadband performance bonds, labor and material payment bonds, and the UDOT permit bond, collectively the bonds, the surety requires the tribe in its capacity as indemnitor to enter into an agreement of indemnity in favor of the surety, under which the tribe must agree to indemnify and hold the surety harmless from losses arising from the bonds, and to execute a limited waiver of sovereign immunity attached as Exhibit A to the agreement of indemnity solely for the purpose set forth therein. Whereas the proposed limited waiver of sovereign immunity is narrowly tailored and waives the tribe's sovereign immunity only in the capacity as the indemnitor, and only with respect to the actions brought by the surety or its successors or assigns arising under or related to the agreement and indemnity and the bonds. Whereas the approval of the limited waiver of sovereign immunity, Exhibit A to the proposed agreement of indemnity for the sole and express purpose of securing the required broadband project bonds, is in the best interest of the tribe and necessary for continued implementation and completion of the tribe's broadband infrastructure projects. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council hereby approves the limited waiver of sovereign immunity substantially in form attached to Exhibit A to proposed agreement and indemnity with tribe security. Be it finally resolved that the council authorize the chairman to sign this resolution and further authorize him to take such action as may be necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chabato. Members of council, what we have before us is a resolution that needs the authorization to execute a limited waiver of sovereign immunity in connection with the broadband project bonds. And in it also has the state of Colorado and the state of Utah as an attachment to this as well. So, members, what are your wishes to move forward on this request from the broadband project manager or consultant?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion.
Motion made by Councilman Turtle,
Chairman, I second.
second by Treasurer Jacket. I will go to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstain? Motion carries. I have a vote of 6-5-0-0. Thank you. You're looking at me puzzled. What's up?
Thank you, council.
Thank you, council.
Have a good day.
Okay. We go now on to new business. Number 5, the Nature Conservancy in Colorado, Miss Isabella Rufino.
Is she with Stoner? Because I seen somebody out there with Stoner.
Miss Is- Hey, Mom, you got a huge break in between.
What they said.
Oh, 10:30 to 1 o'clock. That just so.
What's up?
It is going to be so doggone awesome that I can just sit back and have my chicken fried rice.
Be right back.
I brought me some pinto beans. You keep trying to come on. Usage.
And I could do mine.
Could you please come forward, Miss? I hope I'm saying it right.
Rufino, yes, that's right.
Welcome, and could you please state your name, your organization, and introduce your contingent of individuals that are supporting you?
Yes, thank you, everyone. My name is Isabella Rufino. I'm an Anishinaabe. I'm from the Saginaw Chippewa Indian tribe, based in Denver, and I work with the Nature Conservancy in Colorado as the Tribal and Indigenous Engagement Program Manager. And I'm here with some colleagues at the Nature Conservancy. There's going to be 2 folks who are joining on Zoom. I don't think they're on just yet. They might be, I just texted them and let them know that we just came in, so we'll probably see their names pop up and we'll introduce them, but we will have our state director, Carlos Hernandez, and our deputy state director, Paige Lewis, who will be on Zoom. And then I'm also joined by one of our Colorado trustees. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Lorelei Cloud. I don't represent anybody, just myself as an individual.
Well, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming. Long time no see.
And I'll hand it over to some of the tribal staff that we're honored to work with as well.
Mike Farley Ketchum, board member. Hi, good morning again, David Stoner, the Natural Resources Director for the tribe.
Good morning, Leticia Yazdi, the Water Resource Director for the Utes.
Mike Huey, Smith, and Neil Mark Green. I'm with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Historical Preservation Office for Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, working with the Potter Ranch on several different projects. with them. Interested in supporting them.
Okay. What I would like to do is introduce my council members and executive staff that are here before you. I will start with my right and work my way to the left. So, Ms. Knight.
Mike, good morning. My name is Tawny Knight, Councilwoman of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. Welcome.
Good morning, my name is Gwen Cansey, I'm the Vice Chair of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. Welcome.
Good morning, welcome everybody. It's good to see everybody here. I'm also the Turtle Council member for the Human Tribe.
Mike, good weeks with you guys. Good morning, my name is
And on screen.
Yes, good morning. This is Councilman Jacket. Thank you for coming.
Okay, and I am Selwyn White Skunk, tribal chairman of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. I welcome you to the Ute Mountain Ute tribal homelands of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. We are engaging in a discussion that is so near and dear to us in many ways, and I believe a few of my council members have also been participating in this dialogue that has been created between the Nature Conservancy of Colorado. So if you would move to the presentation, I would like to introduce my executive staff as well as our executive assistant, Ms. Green. Could you?
Perfect timing. Good morning. I'm Nikki Green, General Counsel for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe.
Good morning, my name is Ron Scott, the CFO.
Good morning, Evelyn Lopez, I'm the Executive Secretary.
Well, and so here we are. And we're eager to have you here. And our BIA.
I like to be quiet. You know, that darn
Quiet is not a good.
Good morning, I'm Shannon Hopkins. I work with the BIA here at the superintendent.
So,
All right, well,
you
thank
can continue, move forward with your presentation. And I believe we have some individuals on Zoom. I would just say that we have our paralegal, Mr. Terrence Apache, who is listening as well. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tribal Council. My name is Carlos Fernandez. I'm the Colorado State Director for the Nature Conservancy. I am deeply honored to be with all of you. Unfortunately, Zoom today and not like last August when I was there in person. I look forward to being there again. I want to express gratitude to Tribal Council for giving us the opportunity to talk to all of you today. Mr. Chairman, congratulations for your recent election as well. The purpose of this presentation is similar to what we discussed back in August, being able to share with you the partnership that the Nature Conservancy has been starting with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council. But before I dive deeper, I would love to ask Ms. Lorelei Cloud, who is a board member for the Nature Conservancy in Colorado, and I don't know what Lorelei, your introduction before I join, and Isabella Rufino to introduce themselves before I move on. So if you did that, my apologies, but I want to make sure you have a chance to do that, Lorelei. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, glad to hear. And again, the disadvantages of being via Zoom and not in person with all of you. We also have Mr. Ernest Gauss Jr. is a member of our Board of Trustees as well at the Nature Conservancy in Colorado. So I want to appreciate his support and leadership in our board as well. I am sorry if I am going to be repeating to some of the council members what I shared some of that information in August, but in the benefit of Mr. Chair, I would like to mention a tiny bit about who the Nature Conservancy is. We are an environmental nonprofit organization that this year turns 75 years globally and 60 years here in Colorado, work in every single state in the US and around 80 countries around the world. We are always, our mission is to conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends. So our program focuses on healthy rivers, resilient forests and watersheds, connected and protected lands, climate change and renewable energy and urban conservation. At all levels of the organization, we are seeking to better understand how can we ethically and effectively support and partner with tribal nations and indigenous peoples to create a shared future of healthy lands, waters, and communities. We have a global program focused on indigenous and community leadership in conservation. We have recently hired a tribal and indigenous director for North America. His name is Shane Doyle. Also, I think there is an echo. Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. In Colorado, as I mentioned, thanks to Ms. Laura Cloud and also to Ernest Gauss Jr., we have a representation of both Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute in our board now for the last 4 years, and you can hear more from Lorelei and her expertise as well. The team that you have in front of you presented back in August 2025 and agreed to present again to a new council of the history of this partnership with the tribes and the opportunities moving forward. So, with your permission, I would like to turn things over to Isabella Rufino now, so she can introduce herself and provide some an updates of the initiatives that she's helping to co-lead and co-create. But of course, I'm happy to answer any questions for you, Mr. Chair, or for any members of your honorable council before Isabella goes forward.
Okay, members of council, do you have any questions before we proceed with the presentation from the Nature Conservancy of Colorado? And seeing and hearing none, we don't have any questions at the time, so let's proceed.
I'm going to remain here, so if there are any questions throughout the presentation, I'm happy to be able to answer and to refer them to my colleagues. So thank you very much again for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Isabella, if you don't mind.
Before I go, I just wanted to give some space for Lorelei to share her thoughts and perspectives on working with TNC.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And again, thank you for allowing me to be here today. I've been part of the Nature Conservancy. Actually, I was the first Native American to be on the Colorado board. And I'm so thankful that I wasn't the first Native American to be part of TNC. There's several other tribes that represented across the Nature Conservancy within the United States. Canada has a large delegation of Indigenous people, and what they do at Nature United far passes what the United States does. And hopefully one day that the United States will be at the level of what Canada does for the Indigenous people there. One reason why I really like being aligned with the Nature Conservancy, because I feel like it really aligns with the youth values, caring for nature, ensuring that we're doing everything possible so that our future generations have a beautiful land like we had, even better. Believing in not just restoration, but the preservation. And not just so much of the land, but the cultural resources. The cultural aspects, the spirituality of nature is very much aligned in what the Nature Conservancy does across the United States. I've been very lucky to, continue to participate in what the Nature Conservancy does, but I got to see some of the projects, being boots on the ground. We just were at Wind River over the summer and looking at the buffalo herd, interacting with all the individuals that take care of those animals there. Also with the other ranches that the Nature Conservancy has in the area, building beaver dam analogs and doing all of those things. Isabel and I got to go to Vancouver last year, and we saw the different projects of that the Nature Conservancy does for the tribes up there, and how they help them work through the issues of preserving their land and returning the land back to the Native people. There is a project called the Emerald Forest, and that's something that they've done is really helped the tribe there restore what they had, and they turned it back over to them. And the Nature Conservancy does that quite a bit with the indigenous people that they work with. They return back those lands and those resources back to the tribe so that they can continue to be those first stewards. I also been very lucky to be appointed to the Nature Conservancy's first ever Indigenous Advisory Council. And so on this council, Fawn Sharp is our chairman. We have other tribes represented from Washington State, Arizona, New Zealand, Australia, different parts of the world, trying to provide the advocacy, the indigenous knowledge to the global Nature Conservancy. And so it's a lot of work, but it's very rewarding as well too, because we actually see projects get completed. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems quite interesting that there is an organization that takes a variety of issues, concerns that for so long the indigenous people have had a concern or have had that an opportunity, and to see an organization to enhance it is incredible. And I commend the Conservancy District, the Conservancy, the Nature Conservancy to be that component, to have that voice and share that stewardship through the Americas as well, worldwide. And it's something to be appreciative and commended for. So I commend you from my office of the chairman of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, as well as from the offices of my tribal council, who are here, and they work tirelessly as well in their efforts that pertain to the Ute Mountain Ute tribal lands and their ancestral lands as well. Our staff, to a degree, carry that emphasis as well, but to see an organization of such to come and look at the world as one, not dissecting it into various arenas, is something to be commendable, So I have, later on today, we will have the Nature Conservancy of New Mexico, who will be coming on at 1 p.m. as well to make a presentation on their behalf and what they're going through as well. So we welcome you, and if any of the council members have any comments or concerns, you're willing to make those comments, and what our youth team that has been assembled by the Nature Conservancy as to how they feel being a part of this organization, this nonprofit organization as well. So I will open up that conversation at this time. Members of the council, staff, do we have any comments? Councilman Turtle?
First and foremost, I want to say welcome. Welcome to the Mountain Ute Reservation. It's always a pleasure to have the Nature Conservancy here and other colleagues and friends and, our staff here. I really appreciate the fact what the Nature Conservancy does and really trying to preserve and really, I want to say maybe enhance the lands to what they were before. That's the most important factor there, as you see the lands today. And I'm pretty sure we have all of these these thoughts in our head of what the land looked like before we were here and how we can get it back to that. And definitely making sure that old areas of use, are really identified in that point because again, we talk about cultural resources. We see a lot of the limitations that we have, not just us as Ute Mountain Ute tribe, but potentially other tribes that they have out there. And you guys probably see that when you travel around to the different areas of the country. So definitely it's important that we get everybody's, viewpoints at the forefront because again, we were the stewards of the land prior to anybody being here. So it's really important that we really enable those type of things to happen and what your group is doing because it is important. We see as native cultures, we see some of them dying out and it's important that we kind of re-implement things like that. So that way, the younger generations understand what was because there's a total disconnect there that I see. And this all plays a role in what we're trying to do in preserving the land here. I see the deterioration of the land and we see it throughout the world. So definitely being better stewards of the land and teaching that on how we can do things like that and identifying lands that could potentially be given back to tribes that were their historical areas is very important. It's very, very important. And I'm glad that non-tribal members really understand that, and especially the ones, because we've had presentations here where people want to give land back. And I think that's a positive, especially to tribes that were historically in those areas. I think it's very important. But the work that you guys do is outstanding. And I just want to say thank you for the work that you all do. I know different levels of advocacy are important there when it comes to tribal governments and then state governments. The federal government, they all play a role there. So I just appreciate all the advocacy that you guys do there and the work that you're doing along with not just Ute Mountain Ute tribe, but our sister tribes as well, because it's important that, as tribes like that, we band together and we put that vision at the forefront to say, these things really do work. So you guys do have a lot of work out there and, our staff that really helps you guys with those work too, especially in the areas that we're at, is definitely important there. I think Teppo plays an important role there. Water, resources, Barley and his area. They do a lot of work there. So definitely it takes a group to make those positive movements forward. And I just want to say thank you for the work that you do and just really looking forward to your presentation. As the chairman had stated, we do have New Mexico coming in with TNC and definitely it's fulfilling to put anybody that has those type of positive thoughts in their mind and their heart and their body that are really looking out for the tribes at the forefront. Because again, voices need to be amplified. I feel like we as Indian country our voices are really siloed. They're really siloed and the federal government doesn't pay no mind to what we have to say. There's fiduciary responsibilities that the federal government is dropping. And most definitely it takes groups like these to fill in those gaps and those gray areas. So that way they understand at that level, because I still think that there is still a whole another level of misunderstanding that they don't understand. So again, as we move forward, it's our jobs as a whole to educate people and why this is so important. So again, Tuwea.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I know the Ute Mountain Ute tribe partnered with the Emerald Edge, in Vancouver. So, I look forward to still continuing that partnership. Lorelai, I really commend you on your work that you still advocate for, not just for, the Southern Ute tribe, but for all Ute lands out there. It's amazing to see all the work you do and how you're still advocating out there for, our Ute people and our Ute lands. So I look up to that, and it's very amazing to see all your work. And thank you everybody else for bringing this to us. I think it's really important that the Ute Mountain Ute tribe partner with you all and hear your presentation and give you all the support that you need, because after all, as Councilman Austin Turtle said, our lands are important. They're sacred to us. And if we lose that, then, what do we have? So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, again, good morning. I just want to say, like everyone else, thank you for your work. I know it's a lot of work, and I know our staff have been involved in a variety of different projects. Every now and then I get on for the climate action plan. I know that's a long journey right now, so I just want to commend our staff, TNC, and the partners. But I'd like to see more like cultural youth projects, just specific to youths. I think that would be really great. And I know we have some for starters, like the Buffalo, but just, smaller things to show our youth, our elders, and say, hey, we're working with TNC to get this done, and just bringing that cultural aspect out. But thank you guys.
So my jacket. Still trying to get used to this. I just want to say Tokoya Florai for being part of this group. It's something new for me, and it's really needed. We need to really focusing on the land that we have as Nuchu, and a lot of our youth don't know that. So we really need to educate our youth, especially the hunting grounds that our tribe have, and I agree with Miss Knight there that I think the culture and language need to be more, focus on that area too, because we're losing it because we can't, due to the society that we live in now, it is so fast that you can't keep up. The dominated society practically, took over everything that we as Native have. So we're just really suffering because we're trying to find our identity somewhere, and the land is part of the most important piece as Nuchi, as Native, because we identify with the land. So I'm happy. I'm glad that you all have this one going, and hopefully keep on, make it get somewhere with it, and really focus on more of the youth. Be proud of who we are as Nuchi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for your kind words. I just want to say that, I had an opportunity to travel with Carlos down to Chile, and we spent about 9 days with the Native people in that area, but actually from all over South America. A few from North America came down. We had, basically it was a ceremony for about 4 days, and that really helped push me forward to keep moving in the direction, being that advocate for nature, especially with in places, and I have to rely on nature conservation because they're in spaces where I can't be, and I rely on them to carry our voice forward. But we are very fortunate with what we have here compared to what's in South America. They are fighting so hard to maintain their identity and regain their cultural their ways, not just in the spiritual aspect, but everything, but at the same time, they've done a lot of work, and it's because of their efforts that the Nature Conservancy continues to move, because they've done such fantastic work that they know we can do it here as well too. It was pretty interesting trip that I took, and I was so grateful to be part of it, because it really does. I reflect back on those moments, and I know that we have to keep going, because we're thinking about our future generations, and we can't stop. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to say that the work that you're doing is very important. We talk about the future generations. What are we going to leave for them? They have the right to enjoy what we've enjoyed now. Unfortunately, with all the coal mining coming back and all of that, it's going to jeopardize our climate. And we're already experiencing that, as you can tell by our weather. But, I'm glad you guys went down to South America, because, it's really sad that they're facing hardships as well because of their logging that is going on in their rainforest. And we need something to fall back on. We have to keep our youth engaged. We have to bring them in and teach them the respect and the honor it is to have this land and to take care of it. I'm a big advocate for the rights of nature as well. So, that plays directly into this, and it's a big bubble that we all should be able to, work with. And we have to work together to keep our earth the way that it is, the way that we see it now. And, we don't want it getting any more damaged. I feel for the polar bears. Yeah, that's one of my big things. Would any of the tribal staff like to say something?
Yeah, I want to thank the tribal council for all their sincere comments. I agree, it's been a great honor to be able to work with the Nature Conservancy on several projects, across the reservation and on the tribal ranches. We've done a lot of work with the Nature Conservancy on wet meadow restoration work, excuse me, at Pinecrest, timber management and fire mitigation at the Evans Ranch, and several projects in the Mancos River Canyon. So yeah, it's just been a great honor, and they're a very good partner. And again, thank you, Tribal Council. It's always been always an honor to sit here in this chamber. I appreciate it. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoner. Anyone else?
Say something.
Mr. Wing?
On behalf of the TIPO department, I'm a culture specialist, working with Isabel since April of 2025. I believe it was in June or July, we went up into near Hayden, Colorado. They have another place up there called Carpenter Ranch too, and that was where I was introduced to the Conservancy program, and I and Mr. Knight, Senior, attended that consultation up there with, along with Ernest Jr. and the Livingston Heritage Program, and we're looking at some opportunities that we could be able to help incorporate what you all as council are requesting with the cultural intent of our intentions of our indigenous and ancestral land, incorporating a cultural type of atmosphere and a youth and elder camp. So that was in discussion when Mr. Hart, as the chairman of the Mountain Tribe, expressed his thoughts and needs, as well as Baker and other councils from Southern Ute were visiting Zapata Ranch, and that was their intent, focus, and future hopes that we could be able to get our Ute tribes over to Zapata Ranch and Carpenter Ranch to do some of the camping over there. So intent of listening to Isabel talk about that and other council and other reps from that area. We sat down after I took a visit in September to Zapata Ranch. Sat down with Isabel, we worked out an agenda, we worked out information how we could make this happen. So evidently we made it happen, put the agenda together, and got individuals here in departments that are in hand with us to support us on that youth and elder camp. So right now we have plans in the plans of March 23rd through the 26th for a youth and elder camp at Zapata Ranch. So we're going to probably serve about maybe 40 at the most tribal members from the Mountain Tribe, including youth and elders over there, and as well as the staff that our departments are employed with that are going to support us to make this happen. So there is going to be a cultural atmosphere at Zapata Ranch, and I was interested in visiting that buffaloes as well too. And Zapata Ranch had incorporated handing over, I believe, 9 buffalo skulls, and we're going to be able to give those out to ceremonial individuals that are involved in Sundance and some sweat lodges. So we're going to be giving those out later this month to those individuals. So they were enhanced to give that to share with the Ute Mountain Tribe, something that was part of their culture, to the intent to be able to, give that opportunity of ceremony and atmosphere to the tribe too as well. So I believe we have resource department staff and individuals over there helping them too with their conservancy, fencing, and other things too. So they were interested in going back to that place. So I believe Mr. Knight as well as Mr. Hart was really intent to have the tribe over there to visit the ancestral lands. And being a culture specialist for the Kipple office, I would like to also see the opportunity and support for our tribal council, from our tribal council, to enhance more of these ancestral land sites areas too as well that we visit, to be able to incorporate more our culture and intent visits to them. And what we kind of thought about was maybe doing the Zapata Ranch this year for our youth and elder camp. And then we're thinking about taking it next year up into the Carpenter Ranch up near Hayden, Colorado. It's about 3 miles east of Hayden. Hayden's probably about 10 or 15 miles east of Craig, Colorado. So that's how far up. And I believe in the back in time, we had a youth agency in Meeker. So Meeker in that area, it resembles that connection that we have as a people up in that area too. So, coming down and respect to historical sites. Ancestral lands to connect back into those landscapes, and we do have some sites up there that are connected with the as well too. So like this, introduce that to our elders and our youth too. And in Carpenter Ranch, we also, we have to have a river that comes through there, so that might be available with CPW to do some river rafting with the kids. And if we do August, then sometime late August when harvesting of berries and stuff, we were talking about having the elders do some berry gatherings with the kids, with the youth, and then actually presenting that and explaining to the kids about that too as well. So there's a lot of ranch that's going to happen over there. We're going to try to put some teepees up if I could get some support out over there that first day. And the kids can sit around and camp. So our little agenda was about something like setting up teepees. One of the days we're going to do traditional food cooking for the kids, and another day we're going to do bear dance, and another day we're going to do hand game, and then another day we're going to just do hiking, and then visiting the Buffalo Ranch there too, taking the kids up to White Sands too, hiking around. So that's kind of our agenda for the week too. So we're going to make it short and simple this year, and then as we go along the years to come, we're going to just build off of what we have available for them. So. But we also talked about our first aid, EMS, and emergency response team as well too, for the elderly group that too. So we're not too far away from that type of environment too, as emergency support is needed. We have Isabel has some areas that we could be able to get them located to so if they need medical attention too. So that was our big priority. My big priority for our elders and youth in case we needed that. So we're covered on that. Thank you.
I have one question. Are you working with any departments in White Mesa to get them involved in this camp?
Not at this time.
Thinking about doing that? I appreciated that.
We were thinking about doing that youth and elder camp that's March 23rd through the 26th. And that was a discussion that I had with one of the departments. The youth program brought that up, but the only enhancing issue we have there is their education. The San Juan County School District has their spring break on the 29th of their following week. So I'm not sure if the parents are willing to let their kids go out of school for that whole week to come to this ranch. And that's where working with youth and youth camps and youth activities here at Youth Mountain, that's where we have in the past had a conflict with San Juan School District and White Mesa. White Mesa and San Juan School District don't have the same school schedules as Montezuma County, so that's where we always had that conflict of how can we get these kids coming over because they have education. The only time projects and programs will work with White Mesa students and community members is in the summer after education is over in June to August. That's the only time we can have them be able to intervene with our projects here. So if we have something going on in June and July, we're more welcome to work with White Mesa. And we're gonna do what we need to do. That's the only thing is that their spring break is after ours, so we're trying to take our kids over during this spring. But if there's opportunity and we can get students available to miss that whole week of school to come and experience the Potter Ranch, you know, it's up to the parents.
Okay, thank you. One more question. Are you gonna have like a calendar or a schedule of events out for your summer months?
I'm not sure. They usually have a summer, all the departments usually have a summer activity or what they used to call spring break meeting, where they come together and they have a whole agenda of what's going to happen through the summer for the kids. I haven't seen or heard any of that coming up yet, but they usually do it scheduled.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Turtle.
I got one last comment. You know, it's really good to hear that all of these plannings are being planned out by the different entities, whether they're a part of the tribe or outside of the tribe. I think the youth had, you know, really allowing them to be a part of this is not only a learning experience. I mean, it's a life experience that they're going to carry with them, because we see if youth aren't busy, they get into mischief. And I think we need to develop more things like this. I like the whole camping idea because it gets the kiddos out of that sense of mind of electronics and phones and video games, because we see that's the biggest challenge. I know growing up, living in the reservation, you know, we had things like this. We had programs that engaged in the children. Now it's time to incorporate that with the elders. And, you know, we met with the elder committee yesterday and we talked to them, and we want them to get more involved because they're the wisdom holders. They're the individuals that we should confide in with all of these things. So my recommendation, touch base with the elder committee as well too. They might have some different ideas, because, you know, when we went to the language reunion, it wasn't just an elders reunion, it was a language reunion for everybody. That's where all those bridges are built, from the youth to the elders. And we got some pretty good results with the relationships that were built between that trip, because they didn't know each other's age group. And it's important that we know that and confide in our elders. So definitely, as we move forward, I'd really like to say maybe reach out to the elder committee and see what kind of recommendations that they could put out there. Because again, they're the ones that have the insight historically of what had happened, teachings that are there, ceremonial stuff, as well as our spiritual leaders. You know, all of them. It's very important. So I'm glad you guys got a good group here to really make those recommendations and give those different ideas. Again, that's where the teachings for language play into play. So definitely, I want to look at it. We've been talking about that. How can we do a different approach that gives more activities and opportunities to the youth to be engaged? Because I want them to. Like I said, I want them to move away from this. This is the gateway to a lot of negativity, is these cell phones, today's electronic, and the way that we communicate with each other. So definitely I'd like to revert back to maybe camping and socializing with one another, because we see those disconnects between not even just the youth groups, but the youth to the middle age group to the elders. So definitely I think the more that we portray things like this and engage things like this, the more teachings will be beneficial to the younger generation, because we've seen the youngest generations are losing their ways now. They're really losing their ways. So really, you know, we had that talk about core values, morals, respect, and I think that's definitely where teachings can come into play, because as we're seeing at KCA, a lot of the kiddos that are going to KCA are reflecting back on their parents, and they're engaging in teaching them. So really, I mean, we take that measure right there, and we think outside the box. I think definitely we can break these barriers that we have internally between our tribal members, and really getting a new outlook and a new vision on how we interact with one another, how we respect one another. So definitely I think going out in nature and doing these campings, rafting, and getting engaged with the youth and elder with the lands that the Nature Conservancy have underneath their wings definitely would be a big benefit to a lot of communities that are out there. And I just say that because I take a sit back and I look at what's going on in this world today, and where have we gone? We're looking for where we came to where we're going. So we really need to regroup, and I think this will be a definite good way to do things like that and incorporating our elder committee, because maybe they might engage in more of the elders that are out there. So I just say that way. We all have to play a role here, because as they say, it takes a community to raise the children that are here. And we need to make sure that we raise them in the most appropriate way. But again, reflecting on back the teachings, what can we learn from the youth? What can the elders learn from the youth? What can the youth learn from the elders and everybody in between? So I think we're going in a good direction. I just really like to hear that update that you had going on there, and just making sure that we utilize what's given to us and we take advantage of it, because again, it could change a lot of things on the direction that we're going. So just my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kind of give you, as council, a heads up, updates on what I've been working on with, we also been working with, Hickenlooper staff. I went up in Browns Canyon a couple weeks ago with the Hickenlooper staff, and we explored that area, worked with, Tipple as an intern program person, several years, since 2018 with, Mr. Knight and other individuals that work with them, and live in heritage groups. We worked up there with Browns Canyon several years. So this year we were requested to go back up to Browns Canyon, and the acreages that they had, they're going to extend it to a bigger acreage for supportives and securement of the cultural aspects of the area. It has a lot of youth history, youth artifacts, youth sites in that area. So in our intent was also bringing our elders and youth to that area too in the future. But also Hickenlooper group is while talking about up in Eagle County, that's up near Vail, north of Vail, Loveland, Colorado. They're having another place that is available for a youth and elder camp too. So we're looking about maybe 2027 to do a youth elder camp there. But in this spring of 2026, sometime we're gonna have our Tipple and several, I think, elders, and I think Rec Center is going to take a few of their staff up there to look at what is available up there and if it's suitable, and what kind of accommodations they have for our youth and elders up there too. So that's going to be coming up in the future with our youth camps as well too, for our programs and availability. And another thing I was talking to Isabel and Hickenlooper group too as well. Hickenlooper staff is that maybe I'm not just incorporating it with the Ute Mountain tribe, but incorporating it with Southern Ute and Northern Ute, to where we can maybe, as Ute Mountain can go this year, and then Southern Ute can sponsor it the following year with Isabel and with Hickenlooper, and then the Carpenter Ranch, same thing, because Carpenter Ranch is in the northern part of Colorado, and the northern part of Colorado is affiliated mostly with the Northern Ute tribes, because the Northern Ute were in that area years ago, so they may be incorporated with their tribe too as well. So we just kind of take turns with the three youth tribes enhancing these youth and elder projects with the community members. It's something to think about.
I just want to say something else. Julian Hype's mother was born over there. Her name was Lizzie Marsh, San Luis Valley, 1840. Share that with you. And when Stoner called me one time, he said, I need you to go over and harvest buffalo at that ranch. So I went. And I feel like going back home, because that's where our grandmother was born. So, back to the cultural part, we need kids to be involved in this, because I did it by myself and I wish I had help. It's a lot of work doing this all by yourself. I did it twice now by myself. It's a lot of work. And have kids right there, that have the experience on the process, what we have to do. It's just not the prayers that go with it too, everything. So bring that back to the culture part. We discussed it in Holland. That potentially be planned out in the future.
Okay.
I think that's really important when the kiddos get involved. There's more to being Ute Mountain or Southern Ute or UNO tribe than just getting per capita. I think that's something that we need to incorporate because it's not a given. You understand you get this because you're affiliated with these tribes and you got to experience these things. I think there's some type of teaching that we can do that would allow us to incorporate those what the benefits of here, to know who you are. Because, you know, I can say this firmly, you know, coming back to the res after living 20 years off the res for my life, you know, learning all these things, exposing my nephews to that. We've been taking my nephew to some of the teachings that they had over here for the peak projects and the language reunions. And my nephew would make these comments. He'd be like, did you know the Utes did this and that? So we told him, did you know that you're Ute? And he didn't know, because he's always lived off the reservation, because he's always identified with that Spaniard part of his life. But when we bring him up here, because we want to expose him to things like that, and it's good when you expose the kiddos to things like that, because they understand, they learn. We learn. We all learn. It's never too late to learn about anything that's going on there. So I think really the engagement of the youth is definitely important. We'll see some success and turnaround. But I just wanted to share that little bit of story like that, because I've been taking him to these reunions and he's learned a lot. He gets thrilled to come up in the summertime to go to these reunions, because it's cultural teaching. He needs to understand that you're not just Spaniard, you're Ute as well. So he's been learning, and you know what? We have to give, when it comes to things like this, we have to look at it all evenly across the board. Tribal members, but not just tribal members too as well. Descendants. Descendants really play a role there, especially if a descendant has grown up in a community for so long, and with the teachings, like let's say of our teachings for the Ute community, then who's to say that they're Ute enough because they don't meet the qualifications of blood? As long as they have that teaching, then they're going to identify as that. So it's important that we catch everybody that doesn't meet those requirements to be a member, but willing to learn. So we've got to open it up that way right now, because we've got a lot of descendants that participate in these programs that go to our KCA, and really they're there to wanting to learn too. So we have to incorporate it as overall, because again, we're stronger in numbers. We're stronger in numbers, and the teachings are better. So I just say that as what I've seen as a council member, and all of the comments that I hear from staff members and our elders, because they're the ones that have that wisdom and the knowledge. So definitely, I think this conversation is going in a great direction, and definitely looking at how we see more accommodations to people that are our community members that are interested in these things. So thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
This jacket.
I'm still trying to get used to this. Okay, you know, I was gonna say, we did a lot of trips into the mountains with the elders. There was 3, 4, or 5 of us that we went all the way to Buena Vista area. And so that was a really, for the elders that never have left here, and they've been here isolated for so long that nobody ever really took them way up into the mountains, all the way to the top, you know. That was really interesting for us to go with Terry Knight. He's the one that really got some of the elders together, and we met with some of the BLM staff, and they would feed us, and we have barbecues out there too. So that was a really exciting trip for them. And so my plan is to get the 3 tribes together. I guess it's funding that I'm really looking at, you know. Is there enough? Where am I going to get this funding? And I think that's one of the most important pieces, is the funding. Are we going to have enough money to do all this projects with our youth? So my plan is, I'm doing a draft with this plan, and it's going to be called the Tri-Ute Youth Exchange Program. So I'd like to get the 3 tribes to get involved, and each tribe can do different activities for 1 week. And then we can, like the Ute Mountain first, and then we can go to Northern Ute, and they can do whatever they have, what they want to do with their youth for that whole week. And we can send our kids up there in the Southern Ute. That's my plan. So I'm hoping that, you know, it will reach some, you know, after maybe in a couple weeks, or that we get something moving with that idea. So it's something that we really need for our youth, you know, like as Mr.
Tedro mentioned that it is where our kids, they need help. So it's up to us as elders and as service providers, and what can we do to help these, youth in our community with all the three tribes. We really need to introduce one another because we all have relatives in those within the tribe. I have northern Ute relatives, southern Ute, so I like to see them get to know their relatives, and that's something would be really benefit for our youth. So that's just something I'm trying to put together. And Tokoyak.
Ms. Shazia.
Chairman, Council, today I would like to speak about some of the other initiatives Water Resources has been working on with the Nature Conservancy. I see them as a very valuable partner now in the future. I really appreciate Celine and all the work that she's done to help the tribe. Isabel, we'll go over the Community Climate and Drought Resiliency Project. I believe Isabel is going to do that, but one of the other highlights is, the Nature Conservancy providing funds to the Water Resources Department. They did a grant for 2 years with in combination with 2 other grants. They renewed that grant again for 3 years. So in addition to that, they've also provided resources for the Water Advisory Team, which was formed in November. The thought behind that is creating internal expertise among tribal members. They're really a huge, supporter of that initiative. A few of the other projects that they have provided resources to is to the Farm and Ranch Enterprise. Right now, we're working on editing a video that was done a few years ago with the key people who worked on the Colorado Ute Water Rights Settlement. They created a video. It was a few hours long, and they're condensing it to 30 minutes. So the TNC had a part in that. Also, they provided money for, as you know, with the pivot projects that are coming up, they provided money to do soil sampling of all of the fields, which has to be done every other year or so. And also, we had them visit the Farm and Ranch Enterprise a few months ago during their last visit, and they decided they would like to contribute money to additional microhydro, which is hugely benefit to what the Farm and Ranch Enterprise is doing. One of the other initiatives that I really enjoyed being a part of, and other staff that has also been a part of, which is the San Juan River trip. Last year in September, we spent 3 days on the upper San Juan River. Farley went, Brooke, Scott Plow, and who am I missing? Myself. I think that was it. That went from the trip, but we went along with TNC, a few from Navajo, a few from Hickory, a few from Southern Ute, and all the water teams. We get together, we discuss a topic, and the topic this past year was the endangered species, the San Juan Recovery Program. So we looked at one of the sites that they installed on the river that TNC helped do in monitoring the endangered fish levels in the river. So that was hugely beneficial, developing these relationships, these partnerships with other tribes, and TNC has been hugely beneficial to that, along with, establishing their network, their contacts, like Lorelei has mentioned, went to Emerald Edge 2 years ago, 2024, and just learning about what other tribes are doing. We're creating here in the tribe, we're looking at creating this long-term funding mechanism and seeing how those tribes in the Northwest create their resource funds and how they're utilizing that in connection to what they're doing on the economic development side. So I appreciate their network and especially their expertise in this community and climate resiliency project. They're on the ground, they're in the meetings, they're always receptive to what you have to tell them. They don't try to put their views in the work that you're trying to do, which I hugely appreciate. Just working in as for this tribe this long, and I just want to extend my thank you to Nature Conservancy for all they have done for the tribe.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Push my.
I just want to say thank you again for all the warm welcomes. It's an honor to be here as a guest on these Ute homelands, and I get so energized and so grateful when I put together an agenda like this, because it's really incredible to see how much we're working with the tribes in so many different ways. And a part of my role is to really help the Nature Conservancy see conservation not separate from working with Indigenous people. And that I'm just really excited to be able to share some of this work with you all, and also hear directly from the partners and hearing they tell the stories just of utmost importance to us. And I provided a few materials just for background review, and just to introduce myself again, I'll take a step back. So I am Isabella Rufino. I'm the Tribal and Indigenous Engagement Program Manager for the Nature Conservancy's Colorado chapter. That, as some of you have mentioned, and I think we all agree, I don't always try to see those state line boundaries, and always, of course, work with others and with nature beyond that. And so I did provide our strategic plan for Colorado, but we really wanted this program to be created in a holistic way. And I'm really proud to say that we have tribal engagement in every core bucket of conservation work that we do. And my role also sits on our conservation management team. So I sit on the lead with all the conservation departments to make sure that tribal voices and priorities that I have the honor of hearing and working with are elevated in that way. So that's really what my role is continuing to find those synergies, to bring folks together, and also, help the Nature Conservancy on their learning journey. And as also mentioned, we're so fortunate to have Indigenous leaders on our board to not only help guide us with working with tribal communities, but guide us in our conservation work, being those a part of communities that are the first stewards of this land. So that is very important to us, and I'm very honored to work for an organization that really honors that. And just so excited to get to know this council some more. It's really great to see you again, Councilwoman Knight and Councilmember Turtle. It's an honor to be back here in August and present, and so glad to be with the new council today. So thank you again for the time. And I do also always like to mention my colleague Selena Hawkins that Letitia had mentioned as well. She used to work with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, and she really was a catalyst for our tribal engagement work in the state of Colorado, and introduced Lorelei to, I believe, Carlos, and got her on the board. And she's now at our Colorado River program, but still works a lot with the tribe and is just a really incredible ally in that space. And thank you, Letitia. She's shared a lot of like great ways that we work together with the water department. And one of those core projects that's in the strategic plan that Letitia mentioned is this community climate and drought resilience project. There's a lot that comes with community climate and drought resilience, right? But we're working together on a needs assessment to identify some prioritized projects within the tribe's water resources program, natural resources program, to look at what are those key priorities for on-reservation work and how can we develop a sustainable funding mechanism to support that. And I believe we presented back on that project in December. We'll have another update for you all in April. Letitia gave a great little overview, and it's an honor to work so closely with Letitia. She leads our joint project team meetings where we have not only TNC, but we have Colorado Department of Natural Resources, Colorado Energy Office, and we also have another nonprofit called Grand Canyon Trust. So it's a really awesome team to make sure that, you know, we have as many resources as we can to support this work. And Councilwoman Knight, you've been on some of those team calls as well, so thank you for that. And David did give a little bit of an overview of the prescribed firework that we have been supporting with the Mancos Conservation District. And I also too want to introduce my supervisor, my colleague, Paige Lewis, who's on Zoom, and she, I don't think got to introduce herself, but Paige, did you want to share a few words about your role and then the prescribed firework?
Sure, I'm happy to. Thanks, Isabella. Good morning. Thank you so much for having us. It really has been an honor just to listen to the conversation so far this morning, and really inspiring to hear everyone articulate their ongoing commitment both to youth and to the lands and waters that are so important to all of us. My name is Paige Lewis. I am the Deputy State Director and Director of Conservation for TNC in Colorado. I'm really honored to work with Isabella and Lorelei and supporting both of their efforts to really integrate tribal priorities into all of our bodies of work. As Isabella mentioned, one of our priorities for a long time in Colorado has been around forest restoration and fire. One of the newer opportunities we have had to support tribal partner priorities is in this project where we are working in support of the Ute Tribe and the Mancos Conservation District through a strategic wildfire action program grant. And as a component of that, our forest and fire colleagues, Rob Addington, Parker Titus, and Hannah Lopez are working in support of the tribe's interest on the Adams Ranch project to provide prescribed fire training and planning to help achieve the forest health and wildfire risk reduction goals there. So again, this is a sort of a newer area for us to be working in collaboration with tribal partners, but we're really honored to be part of it and excited to see if this is an area where we might be able to grow our support in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. So it was really important, like when I think about this work, that the partnerships and the work that we did really started by meeting with the tribe and hearing their priorities and how we could support those. And a lot of it was really on reservation, right? Because there's a lot of amazing work that you all are doing. And so we've been supporting that, and which just discussed a little bit. But then from there, and by really focusing on partnerships, we've been able to work towards supporting priorities off reservation and other ancestral homelands, in which Mark had highlighted, and so did Farley and David, at some of our ranches that we own. So the Nature Conservancy owns 23 preserves in the state. And right now, I'm really focused on 2 of them for tribal engagement, and that's really because we've been hearing in these areas like the San Luis Valley and through the Yampa River corridor, just a lot of interest in the resources and to bring folks back and have reconnection opportunities. And so another part of my role is really looking at these preserves and thinking, how can we really honor them as what they are, which is first and foremost ancestral homelands. And there's a couple of ways in which we've been exploring that and trying to work within our own westernized processes to be a bit more friendly to that. And I do want to honor that, you know, like as I mentioned, we're focused on 2 right now, but we also welcome thoughts on other areas that the tribe would like to prioritize or see more engagement in. And we would be happy to honor that. So a main focus right now is our Zapata Ranch Preserve, which is located in the San Luis Valley. And Mr. Wing had mentioned that too, and the youth and elder camp that we are planning in just a few short weeks. But it's a really beautiful, incredible landscape. And we just kept hearing how sacred this area was to Indigenous people and really reflected in, like, what is our responsibility for owning these lands that are ancestral homelands. And so the Nature Conservancy went through a visioning process before I was even brought on to think through what that looks like. And there's a huge focus around engaging with tribal nations and the local Latino community. And I believe we still have Carlos, and I would love to pass it over to him, who's been on that project for longer than I can talk a bit more about the history there. Thank you, Carlos.
Yeah, of course, happy to do it. And thank you once again. I want to, in addition to the council, appreciate all the work that tribal staff, Mark, Leticia, and David have shared, because they have been a terrific partner to NH Conservancy as well. So anything that we can do to continue partnering with them, I want to highlight to the tribal council how great your staff has been to work with us. Going back to Zapata, the Menos Zapata ranches were acquired by the Nature Conservancy a little bit over 30 years ago, with the aim and goal that there were 2 things going on. Number one, there was a request to move from the Rays and Dunes National Monument to a national park. The second piece was actually to try to avoid exports of fresh water from Colorado to New Mexico. So the Nature Conservancy, working with the local community, was able to achieve those, and then through the Department of the Interior, when Salazar was the head of the Department of Natural Resources in Colorado, was able to move and create at the Rays and Dunes National Park around 30 years ago. We kept Zapata and part of the Meno Ranch. We also did with the acquisition. We acquired around 2,000 head of buffalo, and that's the buffalo that Mark and others were mentioning in their remarks as well. And we have been managing a wild herd as well since then as well. They only do a roundup and vaccination once a year. We have partnered with with the Intertribal Buffalo Council for them to be able to manage the buffalo herd. And we have also incorporated called the Coalition of Large Land Tribes and discussions with the Department of the Interior to try to achieve 3 main goals. Number one is we would like to have our buffalo herd continue to be tribally led. Number 2, we would like to maintain our buffalo herd there in the San Luis Valley and potentially expand to other areas. And the third piece is, for us, really important, is the important cultural, sensitivity to our areas. Well, there are 27 tribes that have been calling home the entire area of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains as well. And so how to do and continue doing that. And Isabella will bring additional information, but we would like to invite Mr. Chair Weiskamp to be able to join together with 2 other representatives. If you want a tribal gathering that we are doing, we hosted Chairman Hart and Chairman Baker in the past, as well as Mark was mentioning. And so we would love to extend that opportunity on a tribal gathering that we're doing. I think it's an opportunity to see the place, interaction with project and partners, and also being able to, understanding what other opportunities are and providing feedback in Buffalo engagement as part of that as well. And so Isabella can provide additional information, but that's the background and an extended invitation to Chairman Westcamp, as well as representative from the Youth Mountain Youth to join us at Zapata Ranch as well.
Just as a follow-up from what Carlos had mentioned, we are working, or we are, as I mentioned, acknowledging the cultural significance of this landscape and also the cultural significance of the buffalo herd that is on the preserve and has been there for over 20 years at this point. And the reason why we're working with the Intertribal Buffalo Council to co-manage this herd and really have it honor and serve tribal priorities for the tribes that call that area home. And it was a really huge thank you to Farley. He actually came and harvested a bison, a couple of months ago when a bison had gotten out of the fence, because they are managed like as wildlife, but they are in a fence. And one was hit by a car. We didn't want that meat to go to waste. So we called Ute Mountain Ute and Southern Ute first and foremost to see if anyone could come and get some meat. And luckily Farley was able to go and bring meat back for, I believe, the Elder Center.
Yeah, we donated it to the Elder Center and they passed it.
Yeah.
It was very popular, so
Yeah.
we're looking for more.
Yeah. And I think, and that is to say that, that was not an ideal incident, right? But that we are so honored to be able to call folks at the tribe right away and not let that opportunity and let that animal go to waste. But also we would love to build in more of a process. And it was really exciting to hear how positive having bison meat in the community was, and helps us think through, what we can do to support that. How can we fundraise for it? Because even though the tribe is not a member of Intertribal Buffalo or doesn't have a herd, and I understand that the tribe did at one point, we still want to honor the connection that you people have to buffalo, and how can this herd still be an incredible resource. And I know Farley has told me stories of having to drive all the way to Denver to be able to get items for ceremony. I mean, Zapata's 4 hours, still kind of far, but how can we support that connection since we have such a large herd? And Carlos, I think, mentioned this, but they also graze on a part of the Nature Conservancy land, but also on Park Service land, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, BLM. There's a network of lands, and our permits in those areas only go till 2029. And so we've really been working, Carlos has been huge in those conversations along with ITBC and Coalition of Large Tribes to think about what is the future beyond 2029? How can these buffalo stay here in this place, and how can we work towards the management being tribally led? Because as you mentioned, we're not so certain that if the federal government is in charge there, that's what we're going to see. And we've been hearing from tribal partners that pushing for that tribal management and hopefully eventually tribally owned is something that they're supportive of. And so that's where we will be supporting. So just really appreciate Nature Conservancy's leadership and having those conversations, which are always, which can be pretty tough in those spaces, but just wanted to say that and honor that. And also opportunities that relate to the buffalo and even beyond it, what we've been working on with Mark and Tipo is those opportunities to bring youth and elder back and reconnect to these ancestral homelands. So it's been really an honor to work with even more tribal departments and plan out what that can look like. And so that's going to be happening over the spring break period. And the Nature Conservancy will be providing all lodging, we'll be providing food, we'll be providing travel reimbursements to make it easier for folks to get out there. And this is also the first time we've ever done a youth and elder camp. So we definitely are learning a lot and super excited to continue to work with Mark and the other departments and think about how we can just continue to improve it. I think we have a really awesome agenda. I was able to call the Park Service, and we're going to get the youth and elders into the Great Sand Dunes as well. I know some youth want to go sandboarding, but they'll go out and they'll see the buffalo, and I think it'll be a really incredible opportunity, and we want to continue to have those conversations. Right now, based on the conversations we've had, there's been from what we've been hearing, a huge focus around having youth and elders out there, that intergenerational knowledge sharing, like you mentioned, and then really the focus around managing the buffalo herd in a way that supports tribal nation priorities to connect with buffalo. So that's really where we're focusing in on at the preserve, and they're pretty broad buckets, but we wanted it to stay broad because we want direction. We need to be able to fundraise, right, and make it as easy as possible for tribes to engage. And so I just want to first and foremost say that it's a firm belief of mine that there should be no cost of any to return to ancestral homelands. And so a part of my job is fundraising and having funds to support the tribe to come back. And so just wanted to make that known. There's no financial ask from you all. And yes, as Carlos also mentioned, we are having an intertribal gathering on May 14th and 15th. I had sent an email invitation letter, happy to give a hard copy too if that's helpful. And this is going out to all the tribes that consult with the Great Sand Dunes, but we started conversations with Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute maybe about almost a year or two before this, because we really honor that the Ute people are Colorado's longest continuous residents and honor the really strong partnerships that we've built and wanted to start there. And so now we're at a place where we're having this intertribal gathering to bring in all the tribal nations that call this area home, but really thank the Ute Mountain Ute tribe for being a key partner and helping shape the future of this preserve and hopefully continue to do so. So would really love to see Ute Mountain Ute at that intertribal gathering. I'm happy to answer any questions. It's really around relationship building, getting folks on the ground, seeing the partners, seeing the place, and hearing your feedback on the work and where you'd like to engage, and also having that space to be a part of how the buffalo herd could really honor the tribe's priorities moving forward. And then before I move on to our other preserve, I'll stop there because that was a lot, but we're super proud and excited of the partnerships that we're building at the Zapata Ranch in the San Luis Valley. But yeah, I just wanted to pause and see if there's any questions, comments there before I move to the next preserve.
For you and Mark, do you know how many kids have signed up for the Zapata Ranch yet?
Discussion was, I believe we have KCA students signed up. Many of them, but that was students are available. In December, when we first started our first discussion, we had students to go. So right now, I think we're limited to 13 students to go. 4th and 5th graders are going, due to the fact that, anything younger than that, I think they will get homesick. And, they will lost care over there. So, I think 30 and 40 on that student. Our deadline date is March 13th for sign up. There is a flyer out on limited smoke signals. It's been out for several weeks now, so contact the representative for their
I think it would be interesting to put like the events on there, because to me it's just like, oh, just camping, go up there and camp, but it sounds pretty cool, the whole plans. So we're on the YouTube now, so if the community is listening, get your kids signed up, and this seems like a pretty good trip, especially for spring break. So much to do cultural wise, see ancestral lands, and it's just an awesome project. I wish we had it when we were younger, but it's good. It's a good thing for the youth. So thank you.
Yeah, this afternoon at 1 o'clock, we're having a meeting at the rec center with all the service providers that are involved in this, the Potter Ranch camp. And I believe after that meeting, we'll be able to get an agenda out to the public to be able to let them know about all types of project programs.
Any other? Miss Jacket?
Mark, so can you do one for White Mesa?
That would be up to Isabel under the Potter Ranch because they're providing all the funding to cover the lodging, meals, and transportation costs over that two period. We don't have funding provide a lot of that too, but if the Potter Ranch has enough funding to cover so many students from White Mesa at a later date, that would be up to their decision on.
I think we should really focus on White Mesa youth too, because we're always leaving them out. Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to get in contact with whomever from White Mesa and explore that because that's definitely a priority for us as well.
Yeah, we actually work with a nonprofit, and it's called Anuch Organization.
Okay.
And we do a lot of that. We're looking at doing testing and on foliage and things like that out in Allen Canyon on the allotted and the tribal lands this summer. So we have a team out of University of Utah that's coming down to do some of that testing. So we actually recruited a couple of young people to come out and experience that hiking through the canyon and, collecting samples and stuff. So it's just like a biodiversity study. And we have been talking about buffalo as well out in that area. So we just have to get a lot of those things, in line. And I don't know if you know Gavin Noyes. He works with Indigenous Led out of state of Utah. It's a nonprofit. So he's the one that works with us on each organization. So you can either contact myself or Contessa Talahash and we can connect you up.
That's great. Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll also say too, as a follow-up from this intertribal gathering and hearing reflections about buffalo engagement, as Farley had mentioned, we've also been thinking through what supporting cultural harvest out there could look like. As I mentioned, there's quite a complicated landscape that the herd grazes on in terms of having different federal and state restrictions, but we are scoping out what it would look like to do on the acreage that the Nature Conservancy owns, so there can be learning opportunities for the community on harvesting buffalo, and so Farley can have some support when he goes out, but just wanted to make that known as well.
Okay. I think we can move on.
Okay, sounds good. And then I'll just briefly mention the other preserve that Mark also highlighted outside of Steamboat Springs, Colorado, about 30 minutes, but really close to Hayden and Craig. And we were really honored to have Mark and Mr. Terry Knight join us back in August of 2025 and do a site visit, and Southern Ute joined virtually. And Southern Ute will be coming out next week to do an on-site visit, but just to be together again on the land and explore what the possibilities of engagement could look like. We talked about having potentially like a rafting trip, as Mark mentioned, because that preserve has access to the Yampa River. We also were able to go to another preserve right across the street that had a lot of chokecherries and talked about potentially a chokecherry harvest. But those are just some of the ideas that we explored, and also really we're excited by the opportunity to bring youth and elders and community members back to that area. And we've also been working with the Ute Indian tribe a little bit and trying to strengthen our relationship with the tribe as well. And then on both of those preserves and a couple of others, we're also doing archaeological surveys. And, you know, this is really to support tribal engagement efforts and be able to care for cultural resources found. This is not because we have to or because we're developing new structures, but it's really to be able, as I mentioned, to support tribal engagement and let folks know what's on site and have their input first and foremost about how we should manage and steward those cultural resources. And we're working with firms that were tribally recommended to us. We made sure that every firm that submitted an application to work with us had a tribal reference and had actual experience working with a tribal nation, a good experience. And that was what we evaluated at the highest when deciding what firms to work with. And so we've been working really closely with Mark and the Southern Ute Tribe on those archaeological surveys and making sure that they are part of every step of the process. And we were able to secure a grant to help support the costs of that as well, which is exciting. And then I had mentioned this earlier, but another important part of the work is bringing all of the Nature Conservancy Colorado staff along, because there's a few of us that really work in the tribal engagement space, but we want all of our staff to understand why we're doing this work and why it's important. And so we have a learning journey where we bring in Indigenous speakers to talk about a variety of things. We've had a presentation on NAGPRA. We've had Lorelei come and do a presentation on Ute history and connection to water. We've also had, I think American Heritage Month presentation. We went and visited History of Colorado exhibits. We also would really love to bring staff to the reservation at some point as well. Would really love to bring folks to see the tribal park, which is really incredible. And we also screen films. We just really want folks to have more of that foundational knowledge of Indigenous history and be able to be in that meaningful, ethical engagement space. And then the last thing I'll just mention is we do also monitor incoming bills and evaluate if TNC has added value to support anything that has to do with tribal sovereignty or priorities. We want to be able to be an ally, and if there's anything that we can do, we're always happy to look into that. I, for an example, provided a testimony to the state of Colorado for the free access to state parks for Colorado Ute tribes in support of that. So just as an example of ways that we hope to continue to show up for the tribe in the policy spaces as well. So I know that was a lot of information, but it's really exciting to be able to have so much to present to you all and share about so much incredible work that we're able to do with the tribe, and so honored to work with your amazing staff, and just really look forward to continuing the conversation and hearing more from you all about how often you would like to hear from us, any specific parts of these projects that you would like follow up on, and just how we can continue to keep that communication open.
Okay. Well, we appreciate the presentation from the TNC as to what is occurring with the state of Colorado. And all the programs, the initiatives that have been put together to enhance particular matters that are important to not only the tribes, but the state of Colorado. You know, we're in an ongoing issue with our water right now, and the drought, and you know, as well as the forest, as your colleague that is working on a wildland fire projects. And one of the biggest things that I left the Colorado Forestry Task Force that was appointed by the governor to sit on behalf of the tribe Southern Ute Mountain to engage in a healthy forest initiative for the entire state of Colorado, and working with the Forest Service the State Forestry, the Forest Service, BLM, and the other nonprofit organizations that deal with forest projects. And at this point in time, we're really looking, not eagerly looking forward to a wildland fire season, because it's going to be catastrophic at the rate we're at with the lack of water. And no one knows better than what is happening here with the Ute Mountain. And our program was disbanded to an extent that they're still here, but it's no longer a really active program. And one of the biggest things is, as you see, the Ute Mountain itself in its forestry, it's so dry, even to this day, as I go and gather firewood. You can start to smell the dryness of the cedars, the trees, the piñons, even the live green trees are struggling for moisture. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look promising. We have no water to combat a wildland fire here on the Ute Mountain Reservation. This section, this mountain here, is in dire need of protection. I'm a big advocate of protecting what we have left on top of the peaks. The ponderosa pines that are up on the mountain are a lifeline of that mountain. They go back 300 to 500 years. The tallest one in there, the biggest ones in there, are crumbling, are falling over because of the lack of water. And if they go, that's it. We have a burn scar up on the Ute Mountain that was left back in 1969 and still hasn't recovered. So we look at these programs, these TNC, as being a partner in really getting down to the validity of how can we really initiate conservancy projects that will be beneficial to the tribe. I love the cultural, the camps, the initiatives for our seniors and our youth, but the overall scope of what is really going to, without those elements, we have nothing. It's almost like the saying of our fathers, our forefathers, our grandfathers saying, these animals, these horses that live on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation, we were told, once they are gone, so are we. And I don't know how, and I'm not going to question anybody's traditional teaching or cultural teaching. It is what has been passed down through the homes of our grandparents that tell us these historical things, and how we put these conservancy groups in, and we thank them to come and provide the services and the programs to enhance. But we all have to be cognizant of how sensitive they are to our people, the indigenous people. I'm talking all and beyond the 574 tribes. There are over 2,000 tribes in the Americas. We only count the 576 federally recognized tribes in the federal census numbers. State recognized tribes are close to 300 to 400 that are not federally recognized. Then you got tribes that are not even recognized. First Nation tribes in Canada, you know, the Alaskan Natives, the Mexican neighbors to the south, the Incas, the Mayans, and the other tribes that go south into the Americas, the Central Americas, the Costa Ricas, and downward towards Argentina. They're Indians, they're native people, American indigenous people. They all have, and you're working with them in your Nature Conservancy. I know that because it has been in the works and in the plans of what we do, how, you know, extraordinary teachings of what is a conservancy and what's the ultimate goal to preserve or to enhance the indigenous people's lives. You know, our people here, the leaders of this tribe, we have traumatizations that's occurred to our grandfathers, great-grandfathers, great-great-grandfathers, you know, and we're still reeling from that, but we're reeling from it within ourselves, within our own indigenous blood. And I welcome the Conservancy, Nature Conservancy, to come out and do what is appropriate according to the plan that these individuals work on and the acceptance of that plan by the tribal council. And I will at some point in time take up Carlos's invite at a given time. Let me absorb what it is. Let me get a feel for it. Then at time I will let him know that I will accept his invitation. But at this time, I'm not, and I will be informed with him as to where I'm going to go with that as well. And he's a gentleman, and him and I can talk about our concerns and issues. But at this time, I really appreciate it. I thank Carlos, Lorelei, yourself, the staff, to come before the tribal council and give us a somewhat dissertation of what it is that you have, and your previous council has seen this and heard this, and they made that mark and they put people in those positions, which is commendable. So let's continue to work together and strive for the all five-fingered people of this great turtle nation that we call the turtle world of America. You know, this is our Creator's gift. It's how well we take care of it. And it's coming close to that time where she's making her movements to change. And it's changes that have happened. This world has changed. In the 1 billion years of its existence, it has changed 10, 15 times. From ice age to arid, and it's going to do it again. And we in the technology world try to outbeat it, but you can't outbeat Mother Nature. She's in control. So I thank you. I thank you. The Ute Mountain people, thank you. The tribal council, the team, and working with our sister tribe, the Southern Ute, Northern Ute, and the White Mesa community. They need as well that opportunity with their youth. They have an exceptional populated youth that are so eager to learn. If you go and visit them, they are some really bright individuals. Love our children, our grandchildren, and they are a part of us, are part of the Ute Mountain people. They're not different. We all talk the same, and we all have the same history. So we appreciate it. We thank you. With that, I open the floor to the tribe, executive staff. Carlos, are we at the finish line?
We're at the finish line. We appreciate once again the opportunity. We appreciate the partnership, and we look forward to continuing this. And thank you very much, Chairman Wascom, as well as your honorable council and all the staff who have allowed us to be here today with all of you and continue discussing potential ways to continue engaging with all of you. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Lorelai and Isabella, for being there with us.
So what's the next steps? What are the next steps?
So I would love to know how often y'all would like us to come back and do presentations. Was it helpful to have all the projects do an update at once, or if we could also, have more dedicated discussion for certain projects based on areas that council really wants to lean into. We just want to make sure that I'm helping to deliver those updates in a way that is most beneficial for the council.
Okay. What does the members of the council feel as to the interaction between TNC and the Ute Mountain Ute tribe? Bi-monthly, quarterly, biannually? What, Councilman Turtle?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. How often do you all meet with the staff now?
So it's very project dependent. Letitia and I meet monthly at least, virtually. I do try to get down here at least twice a year to meet with folks in person, and Mark and I meet pretty regularly too, virtually, and same with Farley and David, just as things come up. So that's about the cadence right now. So it's primarily virtually because I'm in Denver, but I do find time to come and meet with folks in person at least twice a year.
Mr. Chairman, this is just a recommendation from myself, maybe quarterly. Maybe kind of vamp up the meetings so that way we color in the gaps, gray areas on challenges that we face. And I think it gives us a better aspect and communication lines to accommodate some of the issues that are pressing or that we feel need to be overcome at that time. So I would say quarterly. So that way it's not too far in between. And then I think the quarterly aspect just gives us a better identity on how to move forward with a lot of the issues that we face. If it's programs that need help with, what that involves the youth or the elders, definitely I think those recommendations could be made then. So I would say let's do a little more than what we're doing as far as the monthly. You can maintain your monthly meetings with staff, but I think council, I would say we would appreciate maybe a quarterly update so that way any pressing issues that need the support from council is identified and we approach it the best way possible after that. So just a recommendation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. There is a recommendation, Vice Chair.
Do you have a newsletter or?
We don't, well, not at the level for this work, but if it's helpful, I'm happy to create some sort of follow-up material to maybe have like a little description about all these projects, because they look different than in the strategic framework that I had shared. So I'm happy to also just create one as well and just give some highlights via email if that's helpful.
Yeah, that would be good because I'd like to share this information with our tribal membership and provide them the link so they can read up on it as well. Thank you.
Okay. Any other suggestions? Newsletter quarterly. Any other suggestions? Councilman Turtle.
I would stick with the quarterly. I like the newsletter bit, but as we move forward with a lot of these projects or programs that involve the kids, I would like to see maybe different sets of kids getting involved with this. Because sometimes historically you see the same kiddos really just participating, but I know it's the participation aspect of it, but let's try to engage in all the youth. I'd like to see if the youth could be involved in things like this on maybe a random basis. So that way it's just people don't think it's just geared to specific tribal kiddos. So I would just a recommendation as we put that out there. Maybe we can identify things in the newsletter that needs to. But again, I like the way that it's going. And I think we can get a lot more done with these different updates and identifying how we do a rotation process for everybody. So just a suggestion.
Okay, with given what has been put forth by the Vice Chairman and Councilman Turtle, I would recommend a quarterly meeting would be sufficient for the tribe and the TNC to share ideas and updates as well. That gives us an opportunity to comment a little more than what has been given on our side. You have given us a lot. You shared a lot, so it would be our turn to initiate a more robust conversation from the tribe's perspective to what is working and what is out there for us. So, and I could meet with Mr. Carlos. We could have tea somewhere. Maybe in the great sand dunes at the highest sand dune there is. When the late Senator Ben Knight Horse Campbell first initiated the Great Sand Dune National Monument, the late Chairman House and the late Leonard C. Birch, we all went out there, and at the time, Miss Vida Peabody was the vice chair to Mr. Baker, Mr. Birch, and I was the late House's vice chairman, and the senator took us out there, and he put his foot down and said, "This is Indigenous National Sand Dunes Monument." And all the Park Service people that were there, they like, "What? I thought it was the Great Sand Dunes." But we sat on top of a hill, the four of us, the five of us, and broke bread as to what it was supposed to be. And I drive through there every now and then, and I always reminisce of that day that we were took it out there before it became a national monument, a park. So I'd like to go back and visit it one day, someday. And then we all had alligator meat at the alligator farm. Just down the road. So see, I know that story vividly because we all went to the alligator farm to have lunch. I don't know which alligator we ate, but so thank you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for being here, and your staff as well. It gives me a more clear insight as to what is needed to be conversed about. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lorelai. Thank you, staff, everyone that's on. Well, tika bani up. Aye.
Maybe we can, it's just a recommendation, handle Mr. Harlan real quick. So I think he's just got the resolution.
Okay.
provided.
Mr. Harlan.
Going forward.
let's take care of your resolution.
Here, I'll pass them up for you.
Thank you. Okay, we're back in session. We are bringing back the counseling services programs concerning the electronic health records resolution. Mr. Harlan.
Thank you again for your time. So I updated the resolution in the packet to address Mr. Turtle's concerns. So I have a copy again of the terms of use. And then there's also a statement of their costs. So I added another whereas that the RNT cost structure, it's a choice of either a la carte monthly billing or annual predictable pricing.
Okay, with the changes that you have before us, could you read from the fourth whereas?
So whereas the Ute Mountain Ute tribe is invested in the physical and mental health of its population, it is necessary to utilize electronic health records to better provide historical data and a continuum of services over one's lifetime. And whereas RxNT provides electronic health record service at a reasonable cost, RxNT's use of agreement contains a waiver of sovereign immunity. Section 17A and B state that jurisdiction and governing law will be the state of Maryland should any dispute arise. Whereas RxNT cost structure is a choice of either a la carte monthly billing, which adds up to $1,476 a year, or an annual predictable pricing. The annual EHR bundle is billed annually at a cost of $1,275 per year, and I added that is per provider. All of our support staff is included in the $1,275, but as I bring on more licensed clinicians, it's again very predictable. It would be another $1,275 per clinician, which we have the funding to cover those costs. That would not put us at risk. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the tribal council hereby approves RxNT terms of use. Be it finally resolved that the chairman of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe is authorized to sign this resolution and to take further action as may be necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Okay. Members of the council, before us as directed per Councilman Turtle in the motion that was made was taken back, reversed. So we don't have a motion to this resolution. So now at this time, I ask for a motion for this resolution for the counseling and treatment services for the electronic health records that will be serviced by RxNT. What are the wishes of the tribal council? Councilman Turtle.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for bringing this resolution and including what we more of a justification and a safeguard for what you're trying to establish within your particular department. And just making sure that you identify the cost. We already know that the sovereign immunity is a standard procedure. So moving forward with that, if there's no other questions or concerns, I'd like to make a motion for this resolution, Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion, Councilman Turtle, to move forward on the RxNT electronic health records resolution for counseling and services. I have a second, Councilman Jacket. I will go to the vote. All those in favor of this resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those that oppose? All those that abstain? The ayes have it. I have 650. It is passed, and you do have a resolution to go forth with the electronic health records. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tabuche Tahoya.
Okay, the Wichita way out. You are, you're the only person that. Nikki?
I'm not even gonna try.
New base.
Mike,
Just say new base.
say what?
New base.
New base?
New base.
What is that?
How do you say it? How do you say I don't know? How do you say I don't know? Well, I can't say that. I'll say yours. I need to study on that one.
Members of council, I am going to call for the recess. It is.
I'm going to get it.
It is 12.
Turn on the video.
12:25. Let's reconvene. 1:15. Okay, recess 1:15.
had a lot of chances, opportunity to spend time at Ute Mountain Ute. I helped support the fire program when the new fire center construction was built. I remember we had a helicopter that was based at Ute Mountain Ute every summer. It would come here, and at the time it was just a modular building, just like a trailer that was.
They're still there, they just moved it a little farther.
Yeah, that's probably storage now, maybe. But, you know, we worked hard to bring funds in through BIA to help construct a new facility. And it's quite beautiful. I haven't been there in several years. My name is John Wakanda. I'm sorry. I'm from the Pueblo of Isleta, south of Albuquerque. And still happy to live on the reservation. I have a farm, I have a ranch, and I grew up there, you know, with my family growing crops, and I have some beautiful cows and sheep and horses that still are there, and I grow feed on the farm to help feed the animals. I was retired from the Forest Service. I went from BIA, actually worked at Southern Ute Agency for many years, and went to the Forest Service after Southern Ute to work in the forestry program for the Southwest region, and retired right when COVID hit from federal service. I was eligible, and everything going on, I felt it was in my best interest to concentrate on my life and my family, and was retired for a few years. Then the Nature Conservancy created a position in New Mexico as a tribal partnerships program director, and I serve in that position now for about 4 years. My partner, my coworker, is Rose Gildersleeve, who is online. She's joining us online. She was on her way up here, but the travel delays kept her. But now, through the virtual opportunities, through how now we can have meetings virtually, she's joining us for the presentation. Rose, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
We can.
Perfect.
Oh, great. I made it as far as Shiprock.
You're right there.
Well, wait. Man, I wish I could just put some wings on and fly there real quick, but I thought I better be safe and pull over, and well, I still have good internet service so I can be more engaged in the meeting. But Ganesh Sheesh, thank you so much for allowing us to join your meeting today. My name is Rose Gildersleeve. I'm Tlingit and Inupiaq from the Northlands of Alaska, but I've been living in New Mexico since 2021. And when everyone asks, like, what are you doing? What are you doing down here? I said, I'm trying to stay warm. Yeah. So anyways, I've been really lucky to be able to work with our indigenous communities here in New Mexico with John, and we have a lot of work that we're doing in the space of conservation and land protection, and namely trying to promote indigenous-led stewardship and that kind of thing. And we're really working in the space of forest and fire, as John said, but also I was very fortunate to get to go out on the San Juan River this last summer with the water department at Ute Mountain Ute, and we got to go out and connect with the river, with the lifeline, the bloodline here. I just view it as as an artery coming from somewhere with so much water. It's been really interesting living in this area with not a lot of water. So when I got to spend that time, it really helped me to connect, and I felt really blessed. So Ganesh Sheesh, thanks for letting us, giving us this time to talk about the project.
Thanks. Yeah. At least you're safe and rushing out here. So just bear with us here. Thank you. It was great to see, you know, my colleagues from Colorado, the Nature Conservancy, in the parking lot. And we talked a little bit, and I understand they shared a lot of information about the Nature Conservancy. And we're a great organization, and as Rose mentioned, our attention and emphasis to tribal communities, indigenous people, is really grown, and I've been happy to help be part of that in the Southwest with our tribes here. The work that we do to protect lands is sort of got a history in our organization. We purchase lands, we're given lands by wealthy individuals as donations. People have a lot of wealth in this country to be able to buy private land, have property, and unfortunately may not have descendants to give it to. And so our organization in many times is given lands, places, and especially here in the Southwest, it probably was ancestral land to tribes, to indigenous people. And so it's not been until the last few years that our organization took a look at the disposition of those lands that we acquire. Many cases, they've been transferred to federal agencies, state agencies, parks, recreation, and other ways to transfer lands. It hasn't been up until the last few years that we were asked, do you think tribes would be interested? And it's like, oh my gosh, no, oh, please don't. Why have you forgotten us as recipients of places that our organization can raise funds, purchase, and think about returning it to tribal lands and tribal decision-making and management. Chairwoman Tawny Knight was familiar with this project for many months. It's been in development for over a year now. This property in New Mexico, known as Elk Valley, was on the real estate market several years. It's a large 50,000 acre ranch, privately held by a wealthy individual. His wealth came from tobacco, smokeless tobacco, snuff, chewing tobacco. That's how people get their wealth, to buy places like this. And it, in essence, was his private hunting land. This property is unique, and we'll go through it a little bit, but how our organization became aware of it is our staff who work in the grasslands, primarily known as the Southern High Plains region, which is the grasslands in New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma. In their project work, they protect grasslands and conserve resources for that watershed that flows into Texas, Oklahoma, known as the Canadian River watershed. That's where their work primarily focused, and they came across this ranch, which was for sale. They scanned the real estate market for these large properties that hold high conservation value, protection, rather than it being subdivided into smaller parcels of land or developed for extraction or money. This property looked to be a valuable piece of property that was not developed and had some high conservation value. They came to me about 2 years ago when I joined the Nature Conservancy, and saying, hey, there's this property in New Mexico, northern New Mexico. It's for sale. We're interested in purchasing it because we could protect it in some way from development and subdivision. Do you think there's a place for tribal interaction, a tribal project of some sort? And You know, I'm thinking and looking at the map, and I know it's ancestral lands to all of us. There's no tribe there. There is no tribal reservation close to it or adjacent to it, but it is a place that I know that river with it running throughout the year, any place where there's water, we were probably there in some way, trading, interacting, hunting, maybe just staying for a while, and we'll show pictures that there is evidence of tribal visitation, tribal use. So I thought, well, you know, why not create an idea, a thought of bringing tribes back to this place, using it as a way to unite tribes as we used to, maybe as we all visited this place and came across one another. Hopefully it was friendly interaction, trading, just being able to be at this beautiful place, tribes meeting with tribes. Why don't we create a tribal coalition to think about managing and caring for this property? So that idea, that thought was created. The sale price for this property was over $80 million. Well, where did we get the funds to even think about this? Then we started looking at federal grants. The U.S. Forest Service offered a federal grant known as the Forest Legacy Program. And that intent is basically to purchase lands throughout the United States that are important to forest preservation, conservation, keeping forests. We thought, you know, maybe this project might attract the U.S. Forest Service interest in helping to fund this project. Their funding, their maximum funding for something like this was $50 million. So we wrote a proposal. The Nature Conservancy, people on our staff, spent time to submit a proposal to the Southwest region of the Forest Service for $50 million to help us acquire this land. The vision of a tribal coalition was already a concept that we seemed to like, and we had brought in some thoughts and ideas and assistance to help develop the proposal. The Nature Conservancy contracted with a tribally owned business, Flower Hill Institute. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. Roger Frawa is the executive director that was personal friends with me that I've had history of working with when I was with BIA and other tribal partner projects. I went to Roger and thought, you know, hey, Roger, can we build a coalition to help support this project in stewardship and ownership, creating a coalition that doesn't exist? Who would be interested? What tribes? How can we make this opportunity available and help communicate it? The connection was made to the previous Youth administration, and we were very happy and fortunate to receive a letter of support from Tribal Council that was submitted in the funding proposal to the Forest Service. It went through the evaluation process. We still haven't purchased the land. We needed funding. The proposal went forward through the review process of the Forest Service from the region to Washington. We were happy to hear that it was the highest rated proposal in the entire program, awarded $50 million. Okay, so the price is 80, we're at 50. How can we bridge that gap of $40 million? Our organization, in a few months, the fundraising and the campaign to preserve this property for tribal stewardship was very well supported. And our organization talked with wealthy people that support our projects. In New Mexico, we have staff that focus in on tribal projects, that we have a network, and we raised $40 million in a few months with this project, with this idea. Knowing that we had tribal support, we wanted to grow that more. We wanted to share this opportunity to a much broader tribal participation. When the proposal was submitted, we had 9 tribes, Ute, Mountain Ute being one, Southern Ute was another tribe, Taos Pueblo, Jemez Pueblo, Pecos Pueblo, which is an association of Jemez, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Kiowa, Comanche, and I believe we included Picaris Pueblo. We were expecting a resolution from. Those original 9, Mountain Ute being one of them, supported this. The proposal went forward. It was funded. In our evaluation of the project, recognizing that we were able to raise $80 million, the ranch was purchased. The seller, who lives in Texas, had other offers to sell this property. It went off contract. Interest to developers that were willing to pay $1 million were made. But the idea of protecting it, conserving it, leaving it intact, but under tribal stewardship, the owner liked that idea, so he just decided to continue working with the Nature Conservancy in this project to hold it for us until we're able to raise the money and then make the offer. That process took a long time, getting our organization support, not only in the United States, but at the North America level. And this actually is a global priority for our organization. Nothing of this scale has ever been presented with that tribal involvement, tribal connection, and tribal future. So we're here today, I am, and Rose is here today to present this project to council in hopes of continuing to receive tribal support as we build a tribal coalition that doesn't exist. We have gone through the process to develop the formalities required, a governance process, a decision-making process on how tribal representation can be created, how we're going to decide on decisions about the project, its management. All this is open to tribal participation, tribal involvement. As I said, I find this project very inspirational, and that creates a land return, a land back that we don't have many opportunities to be part of. I know I come from a pueblo where I wish our reservation was much larger. I wish we could go places where we used to hunt. I wish we could go places to help collect things that we need in our tradition, our culture. Those places are limited. I know Mountain Ute has those same desires and consideration of fee lands in different places that help us get back to places that were once ours. That to me is why I am so strong about this project. I've worked many years in this resource protection, resource care, stewardship, and I have seen examples of how we can take care of our lands, how we build tribal programs, how we train tribal staff, educate our youth to have opportunities to help take care of places and things that are important for our culture and tradition. This now becomes another place, another opportunity. we'll go through this description of the project. This is a little bit of, evidence of what is on the land, cultural sites. It's a tribal conservation project through private-public partnership. The public being the U.S. Forest Service, 50 million, but the private was the 40 million that we raised, and plus the effort still today to raise money to continue to develop the programs that it requires to take care of the land. Here is a map of the property. It's in northern New Mexico. This is the Colorado, New Mexico state line. This is Ute Hills in Colorado, Raton Mesa, Raton, New Mexico. This is the Vermejo Ranch that is owned by Ted Turner. The Turner family owns this property, the Vermejo Ranch. And this is our little piece here, the Dawson Elk Valley Ranch. It has a lot of historical history. I mean, there's a lot of history in this place. This is the Santa Fe Trail that was used by settlers crossing into New Mexico, going back to Oklahoma, Texas. This is the Canadian River. This river is the Vermejo River, which travels through the property, a beautiful forest, mountain river. It's just an amazing place. Right on the edge of the mountains and as it goes into the grasslands. This is a view of the property. It goes as far, not as far back. This is the Vermejo Ranch. These mountains in the back. This property is along this ridge line to this valley. This is the Vermejo River. Elk and deer and wildlife. There's no cattle. It's been grazed periodically, seasonal lease by a few small head of cattle, but there is no permanent cattle. There is buffalo from Vermejo Ranch that have actually come across the fence. And I was there a few months ago to see the buffalo in that valley. They're just natural there. They're at peace. That's where they need to be. They found it already. And to think about having us back into those places is just truly amazing. 18 miles of the Vermejo River. This river does need attention. It's the elk. There's probably maybe too many elk in there. Have degraded some of the river. There is restoration that is similar to what Mountain Ute might want to do on Mancos River, or is already doing in Mancos River, or the other rivers crossing the reservation. Beaver restoration, maybe, slowing the water down, addressing erosion concerns. All these things that we do on our tribal lands are necessary here to take care of it. It's just an amazing opportunity. There's 32 species of threatened endangered animals, plants, animals. That's what our organization certainly is been doing, is saving these places, improving these places, protecting these places. And that is our plan, with the intent of working with tribes making decisions, tribes being able to learn and do these projects. The vision is also to utilize and manage the forest. This forest is just almost like Sleeping Mountain, Sleeping Ute Mountain. Ponderosa pine, pinon, juniper, mesas, canyons. The vegetation is very similar to what is here on those mesas. It has had many years of fire exclusion. There's areas that are dense. The forest health is declining. I think we need to, as a forester and a fire person, we need to restore fire. We need to do more prescribed burning, cultural fire, regenerate the grasses, thin out the forest. There's opportunities maybe for wood products, firewood, building materials. All that is what I think is possible here. The surrounding Bermejo Ranch has an amazing forest management program. They have biologists, they have foresters, they have wildlife specialists, they have grasslands folks. It's quite clear how they manage their lands and what is possible on this property, just by looking at the across the fence scenarios. I mentioned buffalo. They have an amazing buffalo herd that Colorado TNC is in partnership with them on their buffalo program. We could be part of that as well. It says here that we have the thought, the vision of creating this with youth programming, cultural ceremonies, traditional ceremonies, recreation, visits, building facilities for education, meetings. We have the opportunity and the ability to use this land to host and to make it comfortable for all of the coalition partners to be part of. And we're willing to help raise funds. That's what's really amazing is we have an opportunity to advertise and highlight this project in our fundraising campaign and portfolios, just like we raise money for ocean projects, like we raise money for sea land and seashore restoration. Our organization has the ability to bring awareness to this with the intent of tribal leadership and tribal participation. What's interesting is the opportunity that this project creates through the Forest Legacy Program, that the $50 million that we received from the Forest Service was part of the Forest Legacy Program. The land that $50 million helped us acquire is to be put into a tribal co-management parcel, an agreement with the state of New Mexico. The state of New Mexico will hold title to this 32,580 acres, the yellow portion, where the New Mexico State Forestry Division has offered a tribal co-stewardship agreement that doesn't exist today with the coalition tribes, a perpetual, forever management agreement for this parcel of forest land. To manage it, to steward it, to build a program, to take care of it, to burn, to thin, to protect. It needs work. It needs help. It's a high fire risk. There's lightning that happens. There's been fires on the property. Luckily, they've been suppressed by the state agency. The state doesn't want any more land. They said, we don't want any more forest land. We have enough to take care of. Therefore, we are willing to offer a co-management agreement with the tribal coalition. So that's what we're busy with right now today, is we've hired attorneys who are experienced in building and supporting tribal co-management agreements, similar to Bears Ears, similar to other federal tribal co-management agreements. The only thing is this one doesn't exist, and this one doesn't involve the federal government. It's with the state of New Mexico, who in my mind is very willing to work with tribes. We've got a pretty good relationship with the state administration, the tribal relations. We have a governor who helped support this project. She endorsed it. Our congressional representatives supported this project. Martin Heinrich, other senators and congressional reps in New Mexico are aware of this project. There hasn't been any opposition. It's received very good support in different places of federal, state government. We are now in the process of building the coalition, visiting tribal councils, visiting tribal leaders to earn support, to earn the trust to be able to form the coalition. We have an idea about communications. We have a strategy to help support and uphold the coalition, convening meetings, the negotiation process of the co-management agreement between the state and the tribes. We want to be able to provide any information council may need through your in-house attorneys to help understand this project, convene meetings with attorneys if you need to review the co-management agreement before you accept it. What we are striving for is a tribal resolution to participate in the coalition at this point. Then we can start designating who the tribal representative might be. Maybe it's all of you or whomever you delegate to be your representative on the coalition. We'll start that connection communication process. At any time, should you want to go there, go see it, look at it, I make myself available. Rose is also available to host trips. Look at your calendars, let us know when you might want to go, and we would love to host you. It's a ways, from here, but we'll help support your cost to go see it. We have a way to help do that. We built in a budget to build a coalition, to hire the attorney, to enter into the negotiation process. We've raised funding to do that, and none of this is at tribal expense. We want support in the future. Rose?
Yeah, do you mind if I jump in really quick?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to clarify that this 32,000 acre parcel, the forested land, will be purchased by the state of New Mexico through the Forest Legacy funding, but that funding has not come through yet. It's all kind of contingent on this tribal coalition that we're creating. So TNC actually went out and got loans for the $50 million. So we borrowed the money to purchase the lands outright. A big part of why we are so delayed in creating this coalition is the fact that the project kept sort of, going up and down. It went under contract with different buyers a couple times, and we thought the project was over. And some of you might have gone through that journey with us, and it was very devastating. And then the project was back on the table again. So it's been a very arduous process just trying to acquire the land. And it got to a point where we're like, we just got to acquire the lands. We can't wait on this Forest Legacy funding if the project's going to work. A big part of the delay with the Forest Legacy funding as well is the change in the federal administration, right? That just kind of derailed the whole thing. So, and then I will say that the 17,000 acres that will be transferred in fee to the same coalition. So we're really talking about two different parcels. One is owned by the New Mexico State Forestry Division, but will be managed in a perpetual co-management agreement. The State Forestry Division does not own any, this is a fun fact, the State Forestry Division does not own any land, but they manage all forested lands for the state of New Mexico, but they are not, the department is not landholders. So this would be their first sort of parcel that they owned, and they just basically said, well, we don't want to manage the lands, you know, we want, let's let the tribal coalition do it. And so that's kind of where that idea came about. The 17,000 acres though will be owned by the same coalition. And the idea is to manage both parcels under the same management plan, but that 17,000 acres will be transferred to fee to the tribal coalition. So the tribes that want to participate and join the coalition will have that ownership. It will be contingent on a conservation plan though, right? Because so the way that we did it was when we went and raised the funds. Oh my gosh, sorry, my phone's going crazy. The way that we did it was when we raised the millions of dollars to cover the other 17,000 acres, those came from ecological donors, and those ecological donors basically said, well, we really want these lands conserved and protected, and so that land will have conservation easements, but there's just incredible opportunity with it, even with the conservation. Buffalo, if you want to bring Buffalo back. John and I can sit here all day and talk about the vision for the property, but when it's all said and done, it's up to the tribes what to do with the land, how to manage the land, what to do with the land, the economic benefits as well as the conservation benefits, the programs, the youth programs, all of that, that's not our decision. That's the tribal coalition decision. And so what we're really trying to do, what John and I are really trying to do is create this platform and this format, and we're using our resources for the sort of going out and raising the funds. But we're not the decision makers. And I feel like the project thus far has been a real TNC project, TNC led, because we do what we do. We acquired the lands, but our vision to have it go to the tribes rather than the state or become a state park, that's pretty new to TNC. We had to really push with our leadership to convince them that this was a good idea, that this could work, that tribes can work together and they can manage this land, and they can, and that it will have significant benefits to their community members, whether that's traditional hunting lands, ceremony lands, reconnection, ancestral reconnection. And so, and so this next phase of the project, building up the coalition, we can support it to a certain degree, but the decision making is not with us, not with TNC, it's not with John and I. Whatever participating tribes that come on, they're the decision makers. So how the land is managed, like I said, if we want to bring Buffalo, we can't decide that as TNC, that'll be the coalition decision. So anyways, I just wanted to put that out there. And this transitionary period for 6 years is what is a buffer time. It can, that 32,000 acres will transfer pretty soon to the state once the co-management agreement, but the 17,000 acres we envisioned over 6 years, it could be sooner than that though. If we just wanted that buffer time so that we're not, putting the burden of having to manage this property onto the coalition. That's pretty brand new. So that's just an estimated time that we think that to help the coalition get on its feet, to be very well funded, and then to have, successful programs to manage the land. We don't want to just hand it over and then, things not work out. We wanted to keep adding support.
Thanks, Rose. A little bit of the history of this property. As I mentioned, it was part of this lower portion, part of the Santa Fe Trail. It was owned by a coal mining company, and actually was one of the largest coal mining communities in New Mexico back in the early 1900s. So there are evidence and signs of being, you know, exploited. And it's kind of interesting that it's back in our opportunity to restore it, to recover from its exploited history, and to help it recover and heal, just, you know, like we have as people, as I see it. We're at a place and a people that have come together to help improve and restore, save. So it's got a really interesting history. There was a site of a couple really large coal mining accidents, lives for, you know, there's a lot of immigrants who work in the coal mining community back in the early 1900s from Middle East, from places where their immigrants came to work. There are historical sites there that we'll protect and we'll plan for, about, you know, preserving that part of history, the coal mining history. It's a really unique place that has a lot of opportunities to partner in many ways with tribes and with our communities and other tribal members who have connection to that land. This slide sort of shows its connection to other TNC projects and properties that are protected in many ways as focal areas. This is the Canadian River watershed. The property is way in the corner, and you can see the Canadian River flows into Texas, Oklahoma, and to other tribal lands and communities downstream. So that's our presentation. We are here to answer any questions, to offer an opportunity to be part of the coalition, to engage. If you have questions, how to be part of it, and you have the desire for more information, we would love to schedule it, offer the opportunity to visit. Just also say that in the previous presentation with Colorado, the Nature Conservancy, our projects are connected in many ways to help build this awareness here in the Southwest of who we are as Indigenous people and how we can steward the land and take care of it in many ways. So our organization and the folks who you met earlier are really, we're working as a team. They're helping us. We're working with them on the Zapata property with the Buffalo and the Intertribal Buffalo Council. We have those member tribes in New Mexico where we're getting their support for projects like this. So we're very happy to you know, be part of sharing information and bring awareness and information about our organization, our tribal programs. I'm quite happy that this project has been made available, and I see a really bright future for this. Maybe one of these days I'll also be able to see and stand with the coalition and say, this is our land. This is we're back. We're back to a place that was once ours in a different way, but we're caretakers. So that's our information. We have much more details about our timeline, the processes that we have to accomplish, you know, and we can provide that. Our main connection has been Councilwoman Knight. We appreciate that opportunity to be on the agenda. I know we had to do some last minute changes and additions, so thank you for accommodating us. My work is at SLEDA. I work from home. Rose is in Santa Fe. Our office, the TNC office, is in Santa Fe. We're willing to host meetings. We're willing to help build a coalition in any way we can and really and extending an invitation for you to participate. And we would love to hear and know about what your interests might be in this project, if there's any questions, and how we might be able to answer them and accommodate. As I said, it's a project that helps unite tribes, land back, land restoration. I believe in that. And I know what being at a place special like this can help community, help heal the youth, the trouble, counseling, social services. I see that connection to places like this, escaping from computers and social media, getting away to beautiful places. Thank you. Rose, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we are having bi-weekly tribal coalition meetings to try to make sure that we can all get together and talk about the coalition, and it's sort of updates and things as we move along to get all the participating tribes together. The next meeting is March 17th, and the state of New Mexico will be there. Like John said, we have a really incredible relationship with the state of New Mexico. They're very invested in this project. And so a lot of the people that we've been working with on the project for the state will be there to introduce themselves and to just be able to meet and greet with the tribe. So we would encourage and welcome your participation in that meeting. I think Tani Knight has an invitation that she can share with you all if you're interested.
Okay, well, I thank you, Rose. I thank you, John, for coming and making this presentation to the Tribal Council on this startup intertribal coalition, and including the Ute Mountain Tribe, your thinking process as to stewards of this lands that was even once a stage of indigenous communities in the area. And I guess the next steps that we need to take is, what is the council's opinion? What does the council foresee as joining this intertribal coalition to help steward this 50,000 acres of land? To be a part of that management process of this land, how do you see it as in your position as the tribal council? Where do you want it to go, and how far? Councilman Turner.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you both for being here at the Tribal Council meeting and presenting on what the Conservancy is trying to acquire from the supporting tribes that have known to be existent in that area. I think it's very important for us as a tribe to support this. And I thank Councilwoman Knight for all the work that she's been doing. Just recently, we've been recognized in the state of New Mexico as of last year, after the tremendous fight that we've had for that recognition. Now I think it's time to really nurture those relationships between the tribes that are there. I think the tribe should support this. Because we fought that long fight. Historically, the Utes have been down that way, to Abiquiu area. So definitely we need to enhance on that. We need to shine that light on that to let the other tribes know that we were here too. So that way there's a clear understanding that, hey, we have significant ties to the state of New Mexico as well. It's not just a piece of land of what is it, 6,000 acres that we own in northern New Mexico. But there were areas that the Utes traveled down to. And myself, I went to Albuquerque one time, and I was looking around, and I was like, wow, we do have these significant ties down here. There's some things that are named after the Utes down there, and definitely, I think that would really garner us a lot of support as we move forward. But not just in that manner, but support for other tribes and how we can have that support for other tribes. Because I'm a firm believer that if we stick together as tribal nations, we have a bigger impact. We do. As opposed to, us doing it by ourselves or with 2 or 3 other tribes. This really helps nurture those relationships and really saying, okay, how do we collaborate more on that level? How do we open the doors to get to know each other as communities? The needs that are similar to each other. As the Conservancy before you presented, cultural resources. How do we accommodate those? Because we're seeing limitations on a lot of these cultural resources, not just in our area, in our neck of the woods, and where the tribe is situated now, just in Colorado. But we have to look at other arms too. We're located in Utah as well, New Mexico. Every process is different. Every establishment within a state has different priorities, but I think at the long term, the end vision is the same. The end vision is the same as how do we protect the lands that were once ours? All of ours. I don't say it just as one tribe, but all of our tribes. How do we do that? So as we do this, definitely I would say, hey, now that we're starting our initiatives, I think this should be a priority of the initiatives that are there. Definitely. And Councilwoman could definitely bring her expertise to the table as well as we're having these conversations, because just last month we went to IAD. We're at the state capitol for Indian Day. We're being a part of these processes now. So really visualizing who else is out there as tribal leaders and tribal advocates definitely is importance there. I'd like to see how expectations for other tribes are run concurrently with ours too. So again, the amplification of these voices are there. They are much needed. Indian country, we have been put in the back burner for so long, and we're fortunate for people and programs to have this type of funding for us to get things like this. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the privately owners that are out there too that are willing to give ancestral lands back to tribes. That's what it's about, because there's so much true significance out there that tribes have not really been attached along with, and we need to make sure that our stories are accurately portrayed out there to everybody. So I say this as a tribal leader. I've been in my position for over 8 years, and to go out and hear a lot of these things, and now to see a lot of these things coming to fruition, and our voices are being there, that just shows the movement from Native Americans. Indian country is moving forward. So, we need to support things like this, and especially if we got the significant ties to it, because, again, educating one another on who we are, whether it's other Native tribes, whether it's non-Natives, whether it's government entities, they need to know as well. So I say that respectably. I really wish more tribes would garner together and support one another, but again, the federal government puts these modernized ways of keeping us against each other, and by that you see these federal grants that are out there, how competitive they are, and they put tribes against each other. But we deserve a fighting chance as well. So I say that in support of this, Mr. Chairman, because it's important that we take the forefront of a lot of these initiatives to show them how strong our voices can be together. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Knight.
Thank you again. It's good to see you, John and Rose. I was there like our first meeting in December 24 with TNC, Flower Hill, and the tribes that were invited. And, since then it was like, wow, this is a good project. And now to see it get to this stage, from the barriers, from the administration, the cuts and everything, but now it's finally in TNC's hand. I'm in big support of moving on, with this project, especially the coalition. It just puts another, I'm gonna say, a Ute footprint out the door. There's no boundaries, it's no lines, state boundaries. coalition with other tribes, preserving land, using it for cultural resources, everything. So this is a really great project, and I'm volunteering myself to keep communication and lead on this if council's okay. And you know, you guys are always invited. I'll send you all the links. But yeah, so thank you. It's my words.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your presentation. I think that I would be in full support of this, joining your group, since we already have a foot in the door with Miss Knight having attended some of your prior meetings. So, you know, I think that's really good. We need to work on getting our land back, you know, even if it's in bits and pieces. I think that's very important to our indigenous heritage and where we stand as people. So thank you for the good work that you're doing.
Okay. Is there anyone else on the site, the link? Who's that? Catherine.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, Mr. John.
Yes.
It does really sound really promising. And I guess we can start somewhere. This might be a good start. Moving forward with the project and see how far we can go with it and come out and try.
Okay, Mr. Wakanda. I'm going to be looking forward to climbing those mountains, those mesas.
Do it.
We'll be carrying our backpacks and our Pulaskis.
We'll be there. I really appreciate this. To me, this is an opportunity that helps us elevate our rights, our presence. What you mentioned that, you know, we do, part of our team have participation by Native American rights NARF, who are really thinking, wow, this could be other coal management, other land restoration, land back projects. You know, coalitions are existing in many ways for gaming, housing, education, healthcare. What about coalition for land back?
Yeah.
That's what I
Well, as you've heard from the council of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and their adamant support in this, as you said earlier, there's needing a resolution. When does that resolution?
We're developing the template.
The
right
template
now,
for,
sir, yes.
okay. As soon as you get that in your development phase, forward it, whether it goes to Miss Knight or to the executive secretary to forward it for a tribal council approval, then we will move forward with the inclusion into the intertribal coalition of the Elk Valley Ranch. So you've done a good deed representing the TNC in this conservation of this ranch, and we look forward to the participation, your participation, and our participation at Miss Knight's and the other council members as well. So again, Rose, John, thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to working with you as a coalition. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ashish, thank you.
All righty, thank you.
The IT department has all the information that I shared.
Okay, you don't want it back?
No.
One less gear? All righty, that is awesome. Okay, the next is our energy director, Mr. Blue, David Blue. Are you what? Come on. Mas,
So David Ballou from Tribal Energy Administration. Sorry to detract you from a really nature conservancy day today.
you're gonna
But
turn it,
I just have one item for you today.
you're gonna deal with our you've, that's oil, grease.
Right? Like,
That's, we're teaching you language here.
I heard you earlier today teaching.
Oh, my. Okay.
Next time you come in, you're gonna say my.
I'm gonna practice.
That's gonna be a requirement for everybody.
Yeah.
Otherwise
Mike,
defer to another meeting, right?
yeah.
So what I have today is a resolution for the approving of a right-of-way application for Mossman Helium. It's a sleeping ute number 2. This is an existing right-of-way. It originally belonged to Sealy Oil Company under their lease term. And during the assignment of Sealy Oil Company to Mossman, the BIA and Tribal Energy, we talked about the best way to transfer this right away. And originally Sealy attempted to renew it. They accidentally sent a check to the BIA office. The BIA can't handle checks anymore. That process got interrupted. So what the BIA and Tribal Energy decided the best path for, rather than have Sealy still try to renew it and then have to assign it to Mossman, was just have Mossman now apply for the right-of-way because they've got the pending assignment of the lease that should be approved any day. And it just saves that second step. I mean, the right-of-way has expired already, so it needs to be reapplied for. It makes the most sense for Mossman to just do that. So I have a resolution for that approval of the right-of-way that when you're ready, or if we want to have any discussion, I'll read that to you.
Okay, and in its expiration from Sealy, these are one of those areas that have that potential from Mossman's exploration, right? Is
Well,
that,
they need this right away because it connects the sleeping ute number 3 to the sleeping ute number 2. It's a tank battery and pipeline that connects 2 different pads. So just the current production they have today needs this right away to continue to produce oil. Whether it plays a role in future exploration, we'll just have to see where they put their wells to see if it's, going to be a usable asset. But it is very important to their current operation once they become operator.
any other question? Council? BIA, count, oh, where's BIA?
You always leave when I come.
We got it.
Chairman?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Jacket, Treasurer.
Yes, yes, thank you, David, and I'd also like to thank Miracle Hat. She's been a great asset between David and BIA and whoever needs to work with. So Miracle's been very great and in this process. So I'd just like to give her a big shout out. Chairman?
Okay. Where is this located? What, at Farm Ranch? What, is it by the 4,000 block over there by?
It's the 4,000, like one of the farther north.
Yes, that's where that green tank is and that,
Yep.
those two batteries
There's
that.
two tanks
Yeah.
between 2 different wells.
Yeah, that's
That's
the
right of
Sealy
way.
area, okay. Yeah.
Between those 2 wells.
Okay, and that line goes.
Yep.
Goes right through them, and then we got that water line that goes alongside that fence, that drip fence there, that's out there.
Exactly.
Okay, I know where you're at. So, without any questions, concerns, before us, Tribal Council, we have a resolution in referencing the approving the right-of-way application for Sleeping Ute number 2 from Mossman Helium LLC. Mr. Blue, could you read the resolution that is before us, the second whereas?
Sure can.
I hope that it's the same document we have here, so if you could do that for us, please.
Whereas the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council has the duty to preserve, develop, and increase resources, including a responsibility for overseeing development or exploration of oil and gas resources, and has determined that improvements of energy production on the reservation and accessibility is vitally important to the economic growth and development of the tribe and tribal membership. And whereas Mossman Helium LLC has filed an application for a 10-year right-of-way for the Sleeping Ute number 2 for the purpose of operation and maintenance of the existing pipeline and tank battery. The grant of easement for right-of-way will start on January 20th, 2026 and end on June 19th, 2036. And whereas the said right-of-way is to be 3,432 feet in length, 50 feet in width, that contains 3.94 acres for the pipeline, plus 1.61 acres for the tank pad, for a total of 5.5 acres, more or less, over, across, in, and upon the following described land. Sleeping Ute number 2 right-of-way, I've got the associated TAMS number for the BIA's 806491424. It lies in section 3, 10, and 11 of Township 34 North, Range 20 West, NMPM, Montezuma County, Colorado. Whereas the granting of the right-of-way will allow for the operation and maintenance of equipment and pipelines for the transportation of gas, which will in turn benefit the Ute Mountain Ute tribe through payment of fees. And whereas Mossman Helium LLC will deposit as consideration for this grant of easement for right-of-way the sum amount of $16,650 based on a payment of $3,000 per acre for a total of 5.55 acres. And whereas although this grant of easement for right-of-way was not renewed in a timely manner before the expiration date, this failure to renew was not the fault of Mossman Helium nor the previous grantee of the right-of-way. Mossman will pay the Ute Mountain Ute tribe an application fee to reapply for the right-of-way in the amount of $500. This will bring the total amount to be paid by Mossman Helium for the reapplication of the right-of-way to $17,150. Now therefore be it resolved, the Tribal Council approves the application for a 10-year grant of easement for right-of-way for the Sleeping Ute number 2 for Mossman Helium LLC.
Okay. Tribal Council members, before you have a resolution granting Mossman for an application of right-of-way for Sleeping Ute number 2 from Sealy Gas. And this is the application is for Mossman Helium to undertake this. What are the wishes of the Tribal Council?
Chairman, if there's no more questions or comments, I'd like to make the motion.
I have a motion, Treasurer Jacket. I have a second from Vice Chairman Clancy. Questions, concerns? Hearing none, I am going to go to the vote. All those in favor of granting Mossman Helium for the application of the right-of-way for Sleeping Ute number 2 from Sealy Oil, all signify by an aye.
Aye.
All those oppose? All those abstain? Motion carries. We have a 6-5-0 vote
Great, thank you.
approving your application
I
for
appreciate it.
sleeping ute number 2. Thank you, Mr. Blue. Oh, I was going to ask if you had any questions.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I
Sure
think
would've.
that is pretty much a number 8 now. We're going to the White Mesa Education Department. Ms. Griselda Rogers is on Zoom, and we have the San Juan School District. Could you please make your way to the table? And can you all? Hey, did you?
I think it goes up, but it came down. You can still see it. That's all that matters.
Could you please, Ms. Griselda, could you please introduce yourself and the submission of your council agenda that you have brought the San Juan School District?
Good afternoon, Griselda Rogers, White Mesa Education Director. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. We have a positive Indian parenting class today, so I could, for the parents and the students that come, so I couldn't make it in person. I'd like to welcome San Juan School District to the tribal consultation today. They will be presenting some data and the impact aid, Indian policies and procedures, and other items that they left in the binder, which include, some of the programs that are directly part of White Mesa and such. So I'll turn it over to the superintendent, Christine Fitzgerald, and Paul Murdoch.
Right. Thank you, Griselda. We really appreciate the partnership that we have with her and how she supports us in the work that we do. Like she said, I am Dr. Christine Fitzgerald. I'm the superintendent in San Juan School District, and our purpose today is to really highlight for tribal consultation some of the programs and projects that we're working on. But it is a consultation, so we'll present information to you, but our hope as we meet with you today is that you're providing information to us, both to teach us and to help us do better at what we do, which is educate students. That's our whole purpose. So we hope that you'll have ideas and thoughts and questions for us that we can clarify for you as we do our work. We're gonna go through the binder that you have and just highlight a few things in there, and then we'll move to different members of their team, and they'll introduce themselves as they present their section of the presentation today. I would like to start just by highlighting, when you think about our mission and our vision in San Juan School District, you can see that on that first page. This is what we call our San Juan Quest model. And really, this is what we do in all of our work, which is unite to empower our students. And then on the back page, you can see our portrait of a graduate, which every graduate from San Juan School District, we are working towards ensuring that they have the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to be successful for the rest of their life, both in their college, if they choose to go that route, in their career, and really most importantly, their community. How do they be a member of their community, and how they define that for themselves? I'm going to talk a little bit about our Indian policies and procedures and just a little bit about the process, so what this means. So every January we have Impact Aid hearing, and we'll talk a little bit more about Impact Aid in just a minute. But basically, one purpose of that hearing is to gain additional feedback and for our school board to, in a public meeting, approve our Indian policies and procedures. We did that this January. We received additional feedback in February and took that back to the board. They made some additional changes. So this is not a stagnant document. This is a document that we can take feedback at any time and as needed update this document. The purpose of this document is to say the minimum ways that we'll consult with both Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and with the Navajo Nation. This sets those guidelines to ensure that you're getting communication about San Juan School District and have ways for all of our members and parents and educators and students, everyone can give feedback back to San Juan School District and are aware of what's happening. So when you refer to this document, I don't want you to think this is all we do. This is what we guarantee to do as a minimum. When we have our meetings and we come to you, some of those things you'll see it's broken out into basically 3 different sections, but it's, we ensure that we're going to email you and provide you a written copy of the IPP, that we'll meet with you in tribal consultation. We say that we'll come twice a year, which we're happy to do, but of course you can decide to put us on your agenda or not. This also, as part of the IPP, is how we gather impact information from parents. So that's outlined in the IPP as well. We have on our district website a link that parents can give survey. When we have parent meetings, we can gather additional input. And then we also have in each of our main offices a little notepad that is a way for our parents to be able, from our Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, be able to give feedback as well. And we gather all of that and bring that back to the school board with that feedback. Obviously, most times parents are giving feedback right to the school. They're working right with their teacher, right with their school administration, and with their school community council. So most of our feedback, we are hoping, is coming from there. And as what we've seen is that interaction. Our school community councils are each school. They're elected by the parents of that school. They are the parents that run the school community council. The principal is also a representative of the staff that's on that council, but it is led by parents. And there is funding attached to that. So we want our parents to help give input on how we spend money to do what's best for kids. So that's one purpose of the school community council as well.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
Before you go further than what you're doing? Could you introduce
Yeah, I can introduce them right now.
your people that you brought here before us?
Absolutely.
We will do likewise upon your completion of introduction,
Yeah,
please.
that would be great. Thank you. Do you want me to introduce you? This is Dr. Derek McGay. He is our assistant superintendent who's over our secondary schools. And Brenda Whitehorse, who is our bilingual director. And then we have Tony Pelt. And I don't know what your official title is, Tony. Do you?
Outreach liaison for the Native Youth Community and Project, and also a school social.
She does a lot of things, so it does not necessarily, she does a lot of things for us. So appreciate that you're here, Tony. Then we have Paul Murdoch, who is our assistant superintendent over our elementary schools. And then Jacob Swanson, who is our business administrator.
Okay, welcome to the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council. As we're here, all 7 members of the Tribal Council, we have one that is on the Zoom link, but I would like to start from my right and work our way back to myself. So we start from the right, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for taking the time out to present to us today. My name is Tawny Knight, Tribal Council, and also one of the education reps for our kids that go to Montezuma County. Hello, thank you for coming. My name is Marilyn House. I'm the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council. I hold the secretary position on the council, and I'm also a RE1 school district rep. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Gwen Cansey, Vice Chair of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and White Mesa Representative.
Good afternoon and welcome to everybody. My name is Alston Turtle. I'm a council member for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. And my name is Catherine Jacket.
Mr. Jacket, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Councilman Jacket. I'm also one of the education liaisons.
Mr. Jacket is the treasurer of our tribal council as well. And good afternoon. Welcome again. I'm Selwyn White Skunk, and I am the tribal chairman of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. So I welcome you, and I hope that this dialogue that we're about to undertake will be meaningful, and that you will at least be open to the conversation, as we will be as open as we can be as well. So if you would continue on with the presentation that you're presenting to the tribal council. And let me not forget my executive staff. So this is the executive staff and beginning.
Interim Executive Director Morgan Janot.
Hi, Nikki Green, General Counsel for the tribe.
Hi, I'm Shannon Hopkins. I work for the Bureau of Indian Affairs here.
Hi, my name is Ron Scott. I'm the CFO for the
Hi, I'm the executive secretary.
And we have individuals, Terrence Apache, who is our paralegal, and we have Megan. Could you introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, Megan Mosto, Associate General Counsel for the tribe.
Okay, and those are the individuals that are here with us today. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. I think with that, I wanted to introduce the Indian Policies and Procedures and kind of help share what that is. As we continue on in our consultation today, if you have additional recommendations for that, we do have a board meeting next week, so I'd be happy to take those to the school board next week based upon any additional recommendations that you have. Again, it's not a document. While it is adopted in the January board meeting every year as part of that hearing, we can make changes throughout the year based upon requests that you may have for that. And with that, I am going to turn our time now over to our two assistant superintendents who are going to talk a little bit about our White Mesa student success teams and some of the data there.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you so much for letting us come present. I've been working with the White Mesa youth since 2015, and I've known Miss Tony Pelt Lopez that whole time. She was a parent liaison at that time, and a few years back, the school district and the White Mesa with Griselda and Tony and a few others got together and said, how do we work to benefit the youth of White Mesa? And what can we do to make sure that we're ensuring their academic success? And so through that, we host and we have quarterly meetings where we get together and discuss data and look at the progress and what's happening for our youth and working on those things. So on that slide on page 3, you can see some of the celebrations that we have in there, but I'll outline some of our priorities. One, we want to make sure that we have resources for all students, but especially for any who may fall behind. So we're working to ensure that we have what we need for those students in whatever their circumstances. Then we really want to focus again on communication from the teachers, from the school home, and from the parents back to the school. Really helping our parents feel comfortable coming in and advocating for their students, and that we host activities in the White Mesa community so that they can see the administration. They can come in. Our most recent one was a bingo night, and we had celebration with attendance prizes and different things like that. So we're working really hard to build those relationships. And then the last one is, can we provide more after-school opportunities for students and working through those? Those are our priorities that we have there. You can see that we, as a group, both school leadership and tribal leadership in the White Mesa community, really worked on this attendance goal, because we know if we have students attending, we can teach them. And that's a big priority, and it's been a big focus of ours as well. So we wanted to make sure that we had 90% of our 53 White Mesa students attending. We wanted at least, I apologize. We wanted to increase our attendance from 27 students having 90% or better to 35 students having 90% or better attendance by the end of this school year. I misspoke, so I apologize for that. And so as you can see, we have a celebration there. We really have appreciated the work that Mr. Jonathan Dene does as far as that, looking at attendance, really working with families, helping them see the benefit of attendance. There are students in White Mesa who attend regularly and there's no issue, right? But for those students who need that extra benefit and that help of somebody pushing them along to attend, that has been super helpful. And we really find his work invaluable. We also want to share that because of that, some of our attendance, you can see we had a certain number, so 21 out of 29 in our K-8 students who attended 90% or better. And in our 9-12 grades, we had 83% attend and reach that goal. And then in second quarter, we show 13 out of 31 students. We had a slight drop there in our K-8, and in our grades 9 through 12, we had a 73% drop. So we're still working on those, working to build the capacity of our families and our schools to reach out and help get students to school. We also want to celebrate in our younger grades, or I'm sorry, in all of our grades, that 3 out of 53 of our students at the time that we put this together had received some disciplinary action for behaviors that are happening in the school. That is awesome. Our students are coming, they're focusing, they're wanting to learn, they're doing what they need to do, and we love that. We also want to celebrate that our seniors, all of our seniors from White Mesa graduated in the class of 2025 that we're supposed to. And all of our seniors for this current school year are on track to graduate, with one 11th grader being ready to graduate early this year. So some big celebrations there that we really are proud of. The partnership that we have, Griselda's been awesome. The whole team at the White Mesa Education Center is just there. You can see how much they love the youth of White Mesa, and we do too, and we want the best for them.
Questions? Councilman Hurdle.
I don't have a question, but much more of a comment. You know, I've always admired when the San Juan School District of Utah has always came in and presented on education. I think that should be replicated in every county, especially with counties that have indigenous students. I think that's really important because sometimes in those counties, those kiddos get left behind. And there should be no kid left behind when it comes to education because everybody's getting educated in the same way. So I admire the fact that you guys are really inclined to get involved with the students in White Mesa because that's how we become successful. I wish in our county here that would be mirrored. Maybe I've been missing the wrong council meetings and not seeing the presentations from Montezuma County, but as far as I've sat in this seat for the 8 years that I've been here, I've always seen you all coming here and really advocating. And I would really like, maybe if we could take some pointers back to RE1 school district, so that way we're on that same level and mirroring that too, because I don't see no liaisons there. I don't. And we've got a lot of confusion that goes along with our school district, but I just wanted to put that out to you all. And with the superintendent being here, I'm really much appreciative of you guys and the success rate that White Mesa has portrayed. That's what it should be, regardless of who we are ethnically, what our beliefs are. The school system is universal for everybody, and everybody should be able to partake in the education system and not being held back. But just hearing the beginning of this, and like I said, the past presentations, I always see you guys active and being at the forefront. So I really appreciate that on behalf of the White Mesa community and the work that you guys do, and really look forward to hearing what else you guys got going on. That's the beauty of this is we get to take back information that we've learned of a school district that is being successful and trying to incorporate where we see some flaws in the school district in Toyac, Cortez, Montezuma County specifically. So, kiddos shouldn't be involved in those type of differences because, again, they're at that age where learning is imperative for them. They're really impressionable, especially when it comes to first graders or elementary school, and then it transpires up to middle school and then high school and then maybe even higher education. So the things that we teach our kiddos now are should be really structured and founded in a good way. So that way, there's no complications as we move forward. So I just wanted to tell you all that. I really appreciate that. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Turtle. Vice Chairperson.
Afternoon. Thank you for coming over here and starting this consultation process with the tribe. I've lived in White Mesa the majority of my life, and I want to thank Tony for being a tribal member that is, in that profession to where you can advocate for our students. I really appreciate that good work that you're doing. And so, I used to go to San Juan School District way back when. And I didn't graduate from there. I graduated from somewhere. But back in the day, it was a lot different than what it is now. Back in the day, there was a lot of, say racism. And, it was kind of hard for any Native student to succeed in San Juan School District. And I've seen a big change. I'm glad that there's a change because, none of our students would be able to succeed if that was still a wall that they had to climb over. So, I'm glad that you guys are reaching out and understanding that our Indigenous students are important and they're as important as anybody else, and I like to see that mindset, that positive mindset. It gives me hope that yes, we got a lot of young people out there that can reach for the stars and they can do it, but they can't do it without the support of staff like you. And if you keep that positive image and keep that positive drive and give them the feedback and support that they'll need, they'll succeed. And, thank you for being as concerned as you are and putting all these things together for our students. Thank you.
Ms. Jacket, Councilwoman.
What's your percentage on Native students?
District-wide, about 53% students.
Okay.
Sorry, 53% roughly.
50%?
K through 12?
Yes.
53%.
Those are based upon our October submission numbers. So it fluctuates, but based upon the information that we give to the state, the most recent information that we give to the state, 53%.
So out of the 53%, at the end of the year, what is the percentage of 2025 school year?
We don't have to give submissions at the end of the year. A lot of our big submission dates are October 1st. So I don't know that I would be able to give the number end of year 2025. But.
The fluctuation is pretty minimal. You're still going to be above the 50%, but it's only 1 or 2 percentage points either way by the end of the year. But as students come in and as students leave.
I'd say it's generally just about 50% year over year, though, at any given time.
Any other questions? Seeing none, continue on with the report, please.
One last thing I wanted to share is working with Griselda, we are working to build a longitudinal database for our students from White Mesa so we can see that we are making progress and our students are growing and graduating just like we want them to. That's not yet built, so we're working on that. I wanted to make sure, and Ms. Rogers wanted to make sure that I did share that with you guys. So that's another something that we are working on so we can say we're on track.
Just to follow up on that, all the data that you collect is based off ROIs that you get from White Mesa Education from the parents, the release of information forms?
So when we share data at our meetings, we share it so it's non-identifiable. But because of the low numbers of our students that are in the grade levels, it could be guessed. So we're really trying to figure out how to do this in the most appropriate and private way possible. Thank you.
And then I just wanted to add, with Paul's data, we also have certain nights where we meet with in the communities of White Mesa, and we bring in a lot of family. And with that community aspect, we're seeing an increase in the students participating in activities at the school extracurriculars. So those numbers are slowly on the rise as well, but that welcoming notion of being in school and being part of that community within the school community is also one of the highlights as well too. So we're starting to see those numbers increase slowly, but surely, and then that active participation. So that's the only thing in addition to the data that I just wanted to add from the student.
Okay. Do you want me to share?
Yes.
Okay.
You and Tony.
First of all, I want to say Mike. I've been coming to the tribal consolidation meetings now for quite some time, and I just really appreciate the opportunity to speak to all our leaders here, and I welcome any consultation with the work that we do. I do feel like the work that we do is very important, so thank you for that, Toyak. And then one of the things that I worked with actually has been directly with Tony. So Tony and I have been working with Native Youth Community Project Grant. We're on our 4th year of a 5-year grant. And with this grant, we were able to accomplish quite a bit with White Mesa Education Center in terms of really focusing on the culture and the language, the Ute language, and incorporating a lot of activities into the community. And it's been a little bit challenging, but one of the greatest rewards that I've had was really working with the Ute elders. And we have amazing elders there in the White Mesa community. And the greatest accomplishment that we have had just recently was creating a Ute language app through our grant. And I'm sure Griselda and Tony probably shared that with you, but I'll turn the time over to Tony to talk a little bit about that and the process that we went through.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, as Brenda was explaining, we did finally finish the White Mesa Youth Language app. It took 2 years. I have a sample here. If you guys have you guys all got to view that language app?
Or been able. You can download it from the app.
I think it's because it's only on Apple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just pass it around. You can check it out.
So one of the things that we wanted to make sure we honored was just to include what the elders were comfortable in sharing with in terms of the language. And we wanted to make sure that process was very authentic and very respectful and thoughtful. And so what the elders in the community wanted to share was what we were able to translate and record with utmost respect. And then also, I know the language differs a little bit. I wish I could speak full Ute, but I can't. But I know it differs a little bit from Toyak Ute language. And so I think when you look at this app, you need to look through the White Mesa lens in terms of looking at how the elders in White Mesa are speaking the language. And is there anything else that you want to add to that, Tony?
The Android app is also available.
Yeah.
So I know that wasn't posted, but it's there now.
Look under.
Yeah.
If you search for it, it's White Mesa Ute, and it should pop.
And then in addition to working on the app, Tony has been a pioneer in bringing in quite a few activities within the White Mesa Education Center. So she has done the hand drum. Some of the activities I participated in because, like I said, I just really enjoy spending time with the Ute elders. This past Christmas, we actually did ornaments. We had there was like a stocking, different centers. We had native stockings, ornaments, and then we brought in mutton stew and fry bread and blue corn mush for the Ute elders. And it was really great to just see them enjoy the meal, and it was a very fun time. So I really enjoyed that. And a lot of the things that were accomplished were already thinking ahead of what we can do to keep this going. And it's just a really work from the heart. That's what I can explain. Like I know if you're familiar with the 100 Years of Silence, Tony can talk about that more, but the youth elders created these shawls, and we were able to give them out during the Youth Bear Dance. And that was just amazing to be involved in and to participate in and to understand the significance of that for the community. And then to get the youth involved and have them make their own growlers, and then also learn how to do the round dance songs. And I don't know if you want to share more of all of the great things you've done, Tony.
So what I try to do is collaborate with youth, with the elders, you know, especially at our community meetings. I'll do a survey. I'll even go out and ask the elder, like, you know, if they know how to do like a native craft, can I bring you in? And also asking the youth, what do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to learn more about? And it's all about them. I tell them whatever's taught at the center and what they learn from it, I wanted them to carry that on so that they could make that for their families and, you know, keep it going. That's the whole point of this. But yeah, just bring it in, and it's open to the community. I tell them that, like, come on down and join. Yeah, so it's been a fun time spending with the kids. Like Brenda said, we're looking forward to the rest of the year. We have activities planned. We've been doing our planning meetings, looking at some ways to bring in more cultural stuff from different tribes as well. Yeah, it's been fun.
And I think the biggest takeaway for me in being involved with this important work with Tony and Griselda is just the value of students understanding and embracing their identity and knowing about their culture and their language, and how that really shapes their education in a positive way, whether they're going into the elementary school or middle school or high school. I just think that when students know who their family is and their language and their culture and who they come from, the greatness that they come from, then they can embrace that and really become successful within the school system. As a matter of fact, the principal at the middle school, Albert R. Lyman, pulled me aside the other day and said, I just want you to know that I'm really seeing a positive change in attitudes with students that are involved with all of the White Mesa cultural activities. And I do feel like it's really making a positive impact with our student success. And I don't know if there's anything else you want to share. And we've had a lot of support from Griselda as well and her team, so we're just really appreciative of all of the support that we have received with the youth elders, with the education director there, Griselda, and then also the students that are willing to participate.
Share more about the youth council. I think
Oh,
that's-
yes. Also, we kind of head up the San Juan School District Native Youth Council, consisting of students from most of the schools within the district. We meet monthly on issues regarding students, you know, what they want to see, what they want to change, as far as bringing up their leadership skills on how to conduct, you know, themselves, and so that they can share. We're getting ready to head out to the schools with their action research project. So that should be good. And I've been trying to recruit another student from White Mesa to also sit on that position to, you know, they can build up their leadership skills as well.
All of our students that participate in the Native Youth Council attend the National Unity and Mid-Year Unity Conference, which is a student leadership conference, and it really helps them to build leadership skills and to also promote self-advocacy so that students can advocate for themselves in the education system, but also look at their communities and look at things like if there's like a community problem, to kind of tackle that problem and how they can make recommendations to either the council or the school district and how to solve some of those problems to make it a little better for students. So that's it.
Huge
in
one.
all of this, what is occurring, and as Councilman Turtle said, in the many years that we've shared and been on the tribal education liaisons many different times, working through the tribal scholarship programs that have been participating. The success rate is at a point where, as Councilman Turtle has indicated, it's not at that level that we see RE1 school district here in the state of Colorado. It's solely different. You have the population, the indigenous population of 50%, 53%. You have the population here in the state of Colorado, RE1 district, maybe a little higher because of the other, and the pupil population that is recorded. But the success rate is incredible, bigger than RE1 district. I've been to your graduations. I've been a part of that process of advocating and being at your IPP meetings as well, and trying to establish a forum of the reason why that IPP is put in place. You know, it's a congressional mandated law that the districts do comply with that, and how it's disseminated to address that the law within itself to bring it forth. And your district in the San Juan district has done a phenomenal job in presenting and giving information to us. Vice Chairman and I, at one time, with the submission of the federal aid, the impact document that was requested by the school district, you gave us that. You gave us what we wanted in who does it serve, and you did it in a manner that was acceptable to us to sign off on that document. It came with hesitation with RE1 district here. They blacked out everything, but just left the signature page for our signatory there. And we inquired, but they just didn't have a solid answer. So in having that ability to do it, and we always, like Councilman Turtle has indicated, we'd always like that to be mirrored with RE1 district here in the state of Colorado for Montezuma County. At some point to be done, or it's not. We're getting to the point to where we have this charter school here within our community, the KCA, the Queret Community Academy, and now it's embarking. We've gone from kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth. Now we're up to the point to where this coming school year, 2026 school year, the fall of 2026, we're going to include sixth grade. You know, and we've advanced that far in the state of Colorado school board. The state has recognized that and blessed us with that opportunity to do that. Our goal is to create a K through 12 educational opportunity here within the tribe, and we're building that capacity. So what you're doing in White Mesa to help our youth there and having the elders to participate, it connects that link to the younger people to have that stability, to know where they're at, and it uplifts their spirit as to, this is what we do at home, this is what we do, this is who we are, but also the opportunity to go to a Western society class to get an education that we always have had for generations. I was telling Vice Chairman at lunchtime how my grandmother used to sit over just northeast of where this office is at. She lived just there, and our home's still there. Our home site is there. But I had the late chief of the tribe would always go there to eat. She would make bread and cook up everything, and they would have a shade house, and they would tell me, go sit over there, away from the conversation of these leaders and the chief. And I would listen. I'd never forget what they would be saying to each other, the importance of education, because they always said, at some point, this world's going to change, and our people need to be educated to compete and live at that level to make it in this society. Things are changing. And from that point on, I knew the importance of education. I knew that in order to be where they're at, I needed an education. And you look at how you're filling this in and making it happen is where we need to be, not forgetting the Western society of having an education to encourage our students to be successful. And I've always said this, and it's not against our people, it is that there is a system that has been in place with San Juan School District that meets the entire indigenous community's needs in education. And I commend the district, the school district, in doing that. We have a lot to work here, as what she had said, as she grew up with the racism and the prejudice, it opens itself here in our school district. It's always one-sided. It's never a two-sided as a coin. You flip the coin, there's a head, there's a tail. It's always one-sided, and it's very complicated. It's distressful at some times to get that across as to working with our students. So what I'm trying to get at is that you're doing a commendable job in your position as educators, as faculty, as representatives to the board. You're doing an excellent job. And Tony, you know, you're at the forefront. Miss Rogers as well, you know. The doors have been open in the last 3 weeks that I've been in her community of different organizations and departments coming to White Mesa that we never knew existed. It is awesome. And this coming Thursday, the mental behavior health component of the county and the state is coming to White Mesa to have an open dialogue to address our youth. It's going to be a first session from 18 and older. There will be a second session that will be from 17 to the younger populations to address the concerns that we have that is a component to education. So kudos to you guys that are doing a phenomenal job. We're always going to have some bumps in the roads. We're not always going to be, you know, eye to eye, but if we can address these issues and concerns that are there, that our youth are faced with, and understand where they're at and giving them the opportunity to speak to us as students, as mentors, role models, they will succeed. They're just needing to be given an opportunity to express themselves. And we forget to do that to our children, our own children. You know, we know what's best for them. We know that they don't make mistakes, you know. they're the good old kids. They don't get into that. They don't rob the cookie jar, you know. They don't go in the refrigerator and take a cold drink of cola, you know, which is off limits after 8 o'clock. So, because they'll be up all night. But anyways, I just want to say thank you for coming, and we look forward to the continued dialogue that we have. So that's only my comments. There are other council members that have other comments as well. Vice Chairman.
I think that through the legislature this year, there was a bill that was going through to address enhancing the needs of rural students in the state of Utah. Does anybody have an update on that?
So if you're referring to House Bill 75, is that the one with Representative Watkins? Yes, that did pass. We did help support that and push that through the legislative session from San Juan School District because it really, how it's written, it is intended and it has been benefiting San Juan School District and also Uinta School District. So with this bill passing, the main changes with those amendments were really that now the Utah State Board of Education is required to work with us to develop a plan to meet the needs of Native American students and have some way of tracking how those supports are being put in place and what the outcomes are. I mean, that's always been a challenge, right? Is that in the state of Utah, there's so few recognized tribes and the number of students in overall throughout the state. So while we have been very supported by the state of Utah, there hasn't been a specific plan or a specific way to track that data. So, that legislation is going to be really beneficial, I think, long term for us to really continue to, we are always telling our story and our narrative, right? Both at the state legislature and at the Utah State Board of Education, but that bill and Representative Watkins' help with that, I think it's really tremendous. So thank you. Thank you.
Treasurer.
Thank you for your report and coming here before us. And since the 4 years I've been here, I really do appreciate you guys coming here. It does make a difference again, that little bit of insight. So I would like to ask, I was looking through your packet that you gave to us, and you were letting us know where you get your revenue from. And I was going to ask, does Energy Fields, White Mesa Mill, do they contribute anything to the school district?
So they do have a grant. Individual schools can write to meet their needs, just an additional grant that they determine. The school-based site says that we have this need and they can write for that grant. So they do give some funding that way. Of course, there is some tax base that's going to come from them as well. We do have we did bring our business administrator. We typically don't bring him, but we wanted him, he hasn't been out here yet, so we wanted him to meet you and be a part of this. And he also wanted to address kind of just an overview of impact aid and where our funding comes from. So we still would like to do that for you if there's time, but to address just that question in particular, yes, there is a small grant. They choose how much that is and that they can write for that each year. They offer it annually.
Okay. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Jacket.
I just would like to say that, our people, Native people, we live in two worlds. And that's a challenge. And I truly believe in, as long as you know your culture and your language, you're going to be able to survive and compete. I truly believe in. And I just want to say that I have gone to White Mesa when NOSAP, but I worked with the adults and we do a lot of reading, creative work making, all kind of stuff. So, but my job was more focused on the adult part of it. So, a good successful turnout on doing all that on that. So, been going down there for what, maybe 20 years, 25 years. Thank you for your presentation and the work that you all have put in, to make this or our people, our students to be successful and to compete. And that's all it takes, for have a good support system for our youth to make that effort to survive.
Okay. Any other questions? Could we continue with your presentation?
So I apologize too, and let me know if at any point you can't hear me. I need to speak up. My portion's a little bit off of the packet that was given to you earlier. So I'll be giving the report just going over what impact aid is, why it's needed, where it's going, all of those questions hopefully will be answered by this presentation. Just kind of as a brief overview, school districts in Utah, every year we have to finalize our budget for the school district by June. That's a hard line for every school district. And that includes, where our funding is going and where it's coming from. School districts typically receive probably one of the largest chunks of their budget from local property taxes within their school district area. And that goes to, that fills in a significant portion of school districts' budgets. But many school districts have property that is considered tax exempt federal property. And this can be for many different reasons, such as land that's located on military bases, or for our purposes, land that's located on tribal lands. And because these properties are tax exempt, the federal government issues payments in lieu of property taxes to school districts that are impacted. And so funding for this program is on an annual basis. They're not categorical funds, meaning they don't have to be spent in specific categories like funds for special education or Title I. Those are very specific funded programs that have to be spent for that. Impact aid dollars are used the same way that our property tax revenue would be used, that it's just for the betterment of the schools district as a whole, and there's not those same restrictions on the spending there. San Juan School District is part of what's called the National Association of Federally Impacted Schools, or NAFIS. So every year, representatives from our school district go to Washington, D.C. We advocate to our local delegates, our local representatives and senators, to talk about how important these funds are to the maintenance and the programs that we do within our school districts. We receive a basic support payment, is what it's called, every year, and that is tied to the number of students that live on federally impacted lands. And then we receive an additional amount for those students that are also considered children with disabilities. So there's a little bit of additional for those students as well. Every year we allocate impact aid dollars into our general fund. This is the fund that goes to pay for things like our educators, equipment, textbooks, things like that. And it helps us to stay competitive within San Juan County so that we can provide the best educators, the best administrative staff that we can to help make sure that all of our students have the best education that they possibly can. And then any additional funds go into what's called our capital fund and building reserve fund. And this goes to pay for any improvements that we need for maintenance for our buildings and our grounds, or if there's a new school that's necessary. Within the last 2 years, we've had the opportunity to build new schools in our Monument Valley community, our Bluff community, and our Monticello community, and then currently we're building one in our Blanding community as well. And that's due in large part to the impact aid funding that we have received. I also just wanted to talk about the application. Every year we send the report to the tribal leaders within Navajo Nation and our Ute Mountain Ute tribe. This is just a document that documents the students that live within the Ute Mountain Ute lands or within our Navajo lands or tribal students. And this is just asking the local leaders to verify, yes, that this student does live within tribal lands. They are part of this tribe, and we're verifying that. So those are the documents that you might have seen come from people within my business office at the school district. And so at the beginning of when this application process starts, we work very, very heavily and will honestly at the beginning of the school year with some of the new laws within the state of Utah. We have to do what's called geolocation for every one of our students. And that can become a little bit more difficult and a little bit more work intensive for the students that do live on tribal lands. And so we're lucky to have just such a great group of liaisons like Tony that help out with that process so that we're able to locate where all of our students live. We geolocate them. And then those are the same students that we then put on our application for the impact aid program. And I should have said this at the beginning, but Superintendent Fitzgerald, feel free to chime in here at any time. But that's kind of the basic overview of our impact aid program. And yeah.
So the question I would ask, how incredibly large San Juan County is. I mean, it goes all the way just right outside of Moab and way out toward Hanksville and to the borders of the Colorado state and to Arizona. I always think about how in the world do you guys get these schools out there to those rural communities that are less populated than our community? Say for Bluff, for Monument Valley, those communities are not as big as the community of Toyac, and yet we struggle to get the state to build us a school. And we have to go cut corners, and we got to go to grants. We got to go to private funders to do it, and then get the approval to have an academic course in that school that is state approved. But yet they don't give us the funding mechanism to build that school. And as I travel through those areas, those schools are built with modern amenities in those buildings, in those education facilities. How do you do it? As what you said, you go and advocate at the national level. You indicate you get Impact Aids funding. Can we do that as a tribe? And why doesn't our district do that for this community? You do it for the other communities on the reservation, and you're located in Blanding.
You know, it's hard to pin it to one reason over another because there's so many things that go into that. And this is one thing that we did bring up with our delegates in Washington, D.C. is, you know, our county is approximately 8,000 square miles. We have over 50 bus routes within our school district. And, you know, a large portion of that is that we have a great director over our transportation. He does a good job of coordinating everybody. It's a huge full-time job for him. But Impact Aid dollars is a big part of that. You know, if we didn't have that funding, it would be really difficult to be able to transport our students in a safe manner to get them to school. And then in addition to that, being able to provide them a school that is a safe community, is a safe school that has some of those amenities. You know, right now in one of our communities, for instance, in several of our communities, we're upgrading. A lot of our schools were built, 20, 30, 40 plus years ago. And so they don't have a security vestibule at the front of the building to where people have to go in. They check into the office. It's a lockdown until they check into the office, and then they can go in. And so that process is recently getting completed in our Montezuma Creek area at the elementary school there. And, I think one of the other people that I can thank is all my predecessors for making sure that our funds are being spent wisely and in the best places, so that we can give our students the most safe and effective environment to, getting to school shouldn't be a problem for children. That shouldn't be something that they have to wake up and think, how am I going to get to school today? And so I take pride in our transportation department and all the hard work that they're doing to make that work for all of our students that, like you said, live sometimes more than an hour or so away from their nearest school in San Juan County.
So I would add on to answer that question is Utah does a great job of combining the rural school districts. We're the Utah Rural School Association. I was the past president of that. We work to advocate with the state legislature to ensure that the rural needs are met in Utah. So one of the things that's helping us build our current Blanding Elementary School, which is a very expensive school, building in San Juan County is expensive because we're so remote. But we were given a large grant that we wrote for from the state of Utah, and we would not have been able to build that school without that additional funding. So there are some systems built within Utah to help the rural communities and rural school districts. So we appreciate that. As part of that, we would love to invite the council to come and have a private tour of that new school that's built. It will be opening in the fall, so we'd love to work with you if you're interested in coming and having a tour of that building. It's a beautiful building. We'd love to highlight, you can walk through the building and see it, but we'd love to highlight some of the intentional decisions we made that honor our students, both for the Navajo Nation and for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. We have done some things very specifically for them in the build of that building and how it's designed. And we had a cultural committee. Tony was on that, as well as Brenda and some others that help give input for that. So if you're interested in that, we'd be happy to give you a private tour and kind of highlight some of those things that we're working on in that building. San Juan High is also receiving that secure vestibule to make that building secure for entryway. And there, we added additional square footage. So that's happening right now as well. So we'd be happy to share that information or take a peek at that too while you're in town. And then ARL, the middle school, will also be receiving, if you're familiar with that school, it does not have a very safe drop-off lane. So we're also doing a secure vestibule and a drop-off lane at that school as well to help improve school safety. So all three of our schools in Blanding that are, Ute Mountain Ute students attend, our White Mesa students attend, are getting upgrades to help make those buildings more safe for students. So we're happy to share that with a visit. We'd love for you to come visit us. The other thing that I would share as part of that financial piece, we talked a little bit about tax dollars, impact aid. The weighted pupil unit is how much the state of Utah gives per student. So it's funded not based upon teachers, but it's funded based upon students attending. And then they also have formula grants. So that would be our Title I as an example of a formula grant. But the state of Utah often, like the money that we receive for building that school is a formula grant as well. So there's quite a bit of funding that we write for formula grants, as well as our federal grants, like Brenda was speaking to earlier. I just want to highlight on the impact aid with the financial component that there's a couple of pieces, which sounds like you're very well aware of that, Chairman, but so the Indian policies and procedures is one requirement, and we take feedback and are wanting to improve that. We do it for impact aid because we need that funding for our schools to run, but we do that also because we do want to collaborate with you. We can't do this without you, right? We can't meet the needs of our students without support from you and giving us the recommendations that we need. Also, as part of that, it is like Jacob Swanson spoke to, is that each year you have to sign off on those students. So every January, maybe even December, you might get an email from us asking you to approve that list of students. So when you are giving your signature, you're saying, yes, we are basically approving that these students are students for our tribe. So you're authorizing that for us to apply to the federal government for those students in behalf. Then when we come for tribal consultation, what we have, and I have it here for you today, is we also have the affirmation that we did consultation with you, as well as just a signature page. So before we leave, we would love to have this signed, or we can send it to you digitally if that's more convenient for you. But that's the part that verifies for impact aid that we are having tribal consultation with you. So that's a really important part. So it's really concerning to me that, as you've spoken about the other school districts, if maybe they're not applying for impact aid, but if they are, they should be coming and having tribal consultation with you, or they shouldn't be receiving that impact aid funding. So that is something, that I don't have an answer for why that's happening. I don't know how you possibly serve your students without being here, but that's something that they should be having signed by you as well. So
We don't
They
have a print copy of the,
consultation for Title VII too.
yes, Title VII as well.
we don't have a printout of the impact aid signature page. I think that one was just sent digitally. So if you're able to sign that digitally, we might need to send a new one, and if so, we can send that out. But that one's just a digital signature. These ones we can do either digital or.
Yeah, so that's what we kind of wanted to clarify, because that one in January is just saying these students are tribal members, and we are verifying that because you should be the final approver of that, right? This right here is saying that we did conduct tribal consultation with you, and you are agreeing that we met together and are having these conversations. So.
Vice Chair.
I've driven past that new school that's being built, and it is huge. It looks very nice. But what's going to happen to the crayon school?
I love it. You say the crayon school. You know it well. You know it well.
My granddaughter
went
there. That's what they call
Yeah,
it.
so you have great pictures then of them in front of the crayons, right?
Yeah.
So the board has not made a decision on that yet. So that's continually part of our conversation in our upcoming board meetings. So the board will have to make a decision on that coming up, because we are moving into that new school in the fall, and there will be a big empty building that they'll need to make a decision on. So thank you. And also, I just wanted to express appreciation for your willingness to be in our strategic planning committee that we have that's just started. So thank you for that.
I apologize, I missed the last
It's
one.
okay. We know how busy you are, and we just really appreciate your willingness to be willing to jump on those virtual meetings. So thank you.
I'll be on the next one.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Well, is that
That completes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions or learn from you of things you would like us to consider and take back to the rest of our team.
I don't have any parting words as of yet, but I'll open it up to the tribal council as to their comments to the San Juan district school board superintendent and its business manager, liaison, principals, assistant principals, bilingual education. So, council, treasurer.
So, with discussion and you have your qualifications or your requirements for the impact data, and we are just a check mark. I remember talking about that a couple years, but I like to bring up, with the recent situation with one of our members, I just want them to have their due process, that everything went accordingly, that you gave them the options that they needed. It's not just our kids, it's everyone in the rural area. They need that behavioral health. They need that youth counselor. They need that. And I would strongly suggest, I only heard one side of what had happened. And if what they had said, how it went by, it seems like some things were overlooked, some things were overstepped. But I didn't get the other side of it. So I'm going to stress this out. I don't want to just point out our kids. I'm going to say everyone in the area, Navajo, white, Hispanic, whatnot, that they get the same process, that you work with them as much as you can. And bullying is an issue. Bullying is. I don't tolerate that. I don't like that at all. I don't like it when my kids tell me that this is what's going on. Because I like to think that our school district is doing what they can to prevent things, that they listen to the students, both sides. And they work with the students, say, well, I can move you to this classroom, I can do this. And our students just need that trust with the staff to go up to them and say, hey, this is what's going on with me. Because when they bring it back home, parents understand the change. Their brothers and sisters understand that there's a change. Something's going on, something's bothering them. And if the teacher sees something too, they should say something. Say, hey, what's bothering you? Take them to the guidance counselor. Give them that support. Because I strongly believe that a lot of things can be prevented that way. If the teacher sees something, the teacher's aide, if any little change, and I talked with some of the council members here too, and it needs to be addressed. Any changes in anybody's attitude, if it goes from 1 to 10, something's definitely wrong, and it should be addressed. So, Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
Treasurer or Councilman Turtle.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate on what Councilman Jacket is talking about, because bullying is everywhere. And I say this because my nephew is in Albuquerque School District, and I feel like the same thing, it's one-sided. So how do you identify descendants? Are they identified within that roster of tribal members as well? Because I know another one of my nephews had an issue at RA1 School District where they didn't identify him as being a descendant or even Native American blood. So there was some issues that had went through there, and it sounds like you guys got your plans mapped out pretty well. But again, it goes back to our surrounding communities and then our tribal members that live off the reservation. It becomes really one-sided there, because I had to inquire with education here in Toyac, and they were going to suspend him for all of these reasons, and they didn't confide in education either one way or another. So it really I really frown upon it, that the acts of Montezuma County School District, and I'm going to say it, that the way that they're carrying out their ways, because there is definitely racism here in this county, and our students are subject to it, and we saw that when the pandemic had came. That's why we developed this charter school here, so that way our tribal members aren't exposed to that, because they have every right to be there as well, regardless of the color of their skin. Everybody deserves that education. So I just want to know, how are descendants identified there? Are they identified underneath the roster? Are they treated just as a full, maybe enrolled tribal member? Because there is that identification that comes back to the tribe as well. So I want to know that they get that opportunity as well, because if they got even just a drop of blood in them, there should be advocation on their side too. But I'm just saying what I see in school districts that are not a part of your district, but what we're dealing with here in Montezuma County and other bigger city areas that our urban population go to, because they do face it. you know, and it's hard for them to identify sometimes as Native American. That's why I'm so glad that we have outlets, opportunities for Native American programs to come in, because when I went to school in Albuquerque, from middle school to high school, very minimal, very minimal. So that shows you how we've grown through the years, and there's still a lot of work done. Are we going to be perfect now? No, because there's always different ideas as we go through these years and different challenges. So it's important that they're put on the table and identified the best way possible. But sounds like you guys got a good plan, a good team, and that's what it really should consist of, is a good team that have their hearts at the forefront to say we want every child to be successful regardless of the color of their skin. So I say that because unfortunately, with the situations and circumstances that are going on in today's society, it carries over to not just Native American communities, but every ethnic community that's out there. And we got to make sure that we support one another the best way possible, because they shouldn't be inclined to politics or what adults are talking about out there. This is a time for them to identify who they are as a kid, to grow, to get that teaching, and to be successful. So I just say that respectably, you know, bullying is such a big issue that's out there, cyberbullying especially, and people don't understand the way that they treat people could really affect them in a negative way. So again, I'm glad we got Griselda that's at the forefront, all of the liaison, the staff members. You know, it's important that we put our heads together and come up with reasonable solutions that we haven't identified yet. So I say that respectably, and just keep up the good work. Keep up the good work and making sure that our community in White Mesa is being successful and they're thriving, especially with their education, because we always, you know, state that fact out there. We want everybody to become educated and make the best of themselves. You know, everybody is fitted that opportunity. So let's give them that opportunity. So again, the way up. Thank you. Safe travels home.
Okay, any other concerns, questions?
Hello, thank you for coming again and for your presentation. So to answer your question, our school district does apply for impact aid. Unfortunately, they didn't come before us like you all had did. We were just reached out to by email back in January 5th, 2026. All she came and she, the director of Native American Services just said she needed our chairman's signature. She didn't come to us formally with all 7 of us and sit down like as you all have. So that's something that raises a concern with me, and not only that, but how our Native American director of services is doing her job in our school district. As I said again, she just came and she didn't explain what she needed the signature for. All she said was it's for impact aid application for 2027 to 2028 school year. So thank you again for coming, giving your presentation. I'm going to give some of your feedback back to our Native American Schools director. Hopefully she can, you know, explain a little bit more, just like how you all have. And do you mind if I show her some of this? I think that this is a really good template to work off of, just to show that this is what another school district is doing for our students as well. I just think how it's put together, how it looks and everything is very, very professional, and I really, really like going through it and everything. And I just think that if they have some sort of something to work off of, hopefully, you know, they can get on board and do the same thing that you guys are doing for our students. So thank you.
Can I add just one comment? In order for students to have tribal membership with that's recorded within the school system, it usually happens during enrollment. And with Title VI funding, which used to be called Title VII funding, they have to have a 506 form, which indicates their tribal membership. And then if the school district has like a JOM program, then they have to have like a tribal CIB or whatever tribal membership document that the tribe has. So then that generates funding to those programs through student count.
And so just to go off a little bit about that form that you're talking about, which we all fill out at the beginning of the school year, some of our parents are reluctant to fill that out, saying that their student is Native American, just because they know that
that school district's gonna get funding, and, you know, it goes back to, well, is this funding gonna be directly to our students, or is it gonna be given out to other Native American students? But as some of the council members have said, you know, it doesn't matter what tribe you come from. It's all gonna serve the same student group, which is the Native American population in our school district. And I think we need to give out more education to our parents about that form. As I said, you know, some of the parents are reluctant to fill that form out just because they don't want funding given if it's not going to directly to their student. And, you know, we need to work on that more of giving the proper information out. So thank you for that.
Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you again. I had a question for her when she was saying that the tribal, tribal documentation stating that that child is a member of that tribe. Would a letter of descendancy suffice for that? Because, like, you know, some of our
Yes,
kids
that's how
don't meet
the
blood
tribe
line.
identifies tribal membership.
Mhm.
So it would be whatever document that the tribe uses to identify tribal membership.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I just wanted to say that the reluctance that I felt that I passed on to chairman about signing that document was because I really didn't understand. I'm new to council, so I've been in here since November, so I haven't sat in on any of your tribal consultations. So that's why I said starting the process, so that starts with me, I guess.
And that's why we're here, right? Is to
Yeah.
continue that conversation. So thank you.
And just back to Councilwoman House's comments too, you know, we do hope that every dollar that we spend within the school district goes to the betterment of all of our students. And that's.
Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
just a comment on that. My kids aren't remote. They use my census number. So when they use my census number, you know, the state or whoever asking for these, they don't get the correct numbers. It's just like IHS, when they use my number here, it's not correct. It's me being counted as one person. So it's like to put that out there. Chairman, Council.
Okay. Again, I thank you for coming before us. With that document that you need our signature, if you could leave it with us, I will have tribal council review it, and they will, upon their review, will then forward it to me for my signature. So there's a process that we have to follow. So if you could give that to us, give it to our executive secretary here, and she will put it in a transmittal format.
There's one for us. You just let me sign this one really quick.
And as far as the impact aid application document too, is there a good email address to send that one to?
Then that way they have it.
For final signature.
To the executive secretary.
Okay. What's the email address on that? Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you guys. Thank you.
We appreciate you guys working with our children.
You know, that document that you were talking about lists all those students that come from the school district.
Yeah.
How you guys sent yours is with all the White Mesa and out of town members of the school district.
You need to tag
Impacts.
Mark.
And you identify.
That would be
We get the one from Montezuma.
They come in handy.
I'm gonna need a couple more.
Oh, that's okay.
More than one.
Yeah,
It's hard to
all
say,
up there. And
it's
that's
hard to
why-
say that we verify these signatures.
Yeah, and that's why,
Another one?
when I look at it, I'm like,
So we'll need to write
why
the
am I
names and
signing
sign it
this,
here.
but there's no
Sure.
names
Oh, I'm
attached to it? That's how you sent it to her and me
I
to
know.
get that.
It's cool.
signature. You had the name of where the student, what
I
community
know
they
that
came
one.
from. Yep.
I learned real quick.
Good.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Rosella.
I know a long time ago, we've come a long way with San Juan School District from, I remember when I first started this job, we had really no, communication. They were really hard to work with, but we stayed on top of it. We went through a lot of, turnover with the administration, with the the principals and stuff. So, we've kind of built this from the bottom up, and now we're where we're at now. So it took a lot of work, and now we're in a good place with the school district. And I think, with the success that's coming, we gotta owe it to the parents and the grandparents that have been there for their kids and their grandkids, because without them, we wouldn't be in a success with the students as well. The other thing I wanted is if somebody can talk about the new teacher program to earn a teaching certification.
Yeah, I'm happy to, do you want me to speak to that, Brenda, or do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So we received a federal grant for having paraeducators or anyone with an associate's degree who is Native American to be able to have their schooling paid for to become elementary teacher, special education teacher, or heritage language teacher. So we, of course, are recruiting within our district, but if you have tribal members who have an associate's degree who would like to become an educator, they can reach out, and I'm happy to leave my information. They could reach out and we can get them signed up in that program as well. We know that we'll have enough spots that we probably will be able to recruit, directly from our tribal communities, as well as those who are already working in our school district. There are some requirements for working in a predominantly Native American school once they graduate with that degree. So there's a restriction there, but that's a positive thing, right? So we also have that for teachers who want to become administrators. So that's a really important one as well, that we have more of our school administrators be Native American as well. So we have both of those grants that just started this year, and they'll run for the next 5 years. So.
And that's with SUU in Cedar City.
And it's a virtual program, so they don't have to go attend in person. And we'll also put things as part of that program. We are putting together mentoring and ways that they can learn. Like, you've got to get your book study right, you've got to get your degree, but you also, like, what does this look like in a school? What is San Juan School District? Our different administrators can come and provide additional, and our teachers of training, so they're not only get that degree and that book learning part, but they get, what does this actually look like in a classroom? How do I have classroom management, or how do I teach this in a certain way? So we'll pull the experts from our own within our own district, so they're building those relationships and knowing how a school system really works. So it gives them an advantage when it comes to, once they graduate, to be hired.
Great. Well, we thank you for coming for the tribal council, bringing the concerns and issues as well. We look forward to an ongoing dialogue with the district and working through Griselda and Tony, and vice chairperson to address the concerns of the community of White Mesa, as well as our indigenous population of students that go to the San Juan School District there in Blanding and Monticello, Monument Valley, Love, Montezuma Creek, who knows where else. It's incredible. You guys do an incredible job. And when I sat there in the IPP meeting, I mean, it was like they were talking about school districts or schools that I didn't even know existed way back that way. But a big job, big task. Thank you. Thank you. Be safe.
At least you know what it means.
Be safe.
It's good seeing you again.
Okay. I will see you. Drive safe too. Yeah.
You're not going to go up on the roof of that. Okay.
My turn. Quick. Yes, I can be.
Okay. Okay. Here you go. Mine's backwards. Yeah.
What? How do you say that? You already forgot. I was getting ready to say it, and you forgot.
Which one?
How do you say it?
Maus? I don't know. Evelyn.
How do you say whatever?
Mau? Mau?
Masvet. No. How you say it? I was asking him and he's like, I already forgot.
When told us. How do you say it? Whatever.
What was it?
How you say whatever?
Oh, I wasn't even close.
I know. I knew it wasn't that. That's why I wasn't going to repeat it.
All right. We're going into our BI8 updates. Members of the tribe, we are now finished. Now we're going to our updates. We'll start the updates with BIA. Superintendent.
Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Hopkins, and I work for the Bureau of Indian Affairs here at Ute Mountain Ute Agency. And my report will be very quickly. For the Pinecrest Ranch, the reason why they told you no to the trust, putting it in trust, still stands, and I gave that to you the last time. And that's going to hold true. That is why they suggested you go the congressional route, is because congressional route is the route that can override law that they're referring to.
When you say the congressional route, we have 2 congressional delegates that have been working with former Chairman Hart regarding that, Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett and staff working towards getting that ranch into trust. And we get this document that you've given us about the stoppage on that. Is there another route then?
Nope, the route you're going with Hickenlooper, that's the route.
Okay.
They know that route and they understand that. And they should have that same document, but you're welcome to share it with them too.
Okay.
So that
We'll
way
do that.
we're all on the same loop,
Right.
same page. Chief Ignatius Justice Center, the heat went out while I was on leave. They called me while I was on leave. Nothing I could do for them, but we had a process. They shuttled out everybody to either southern New Mexico or Oklahoma. The good news is we're getting our deep cleaning done since no one's in there. And we're getting the professional painting done too. We're going to hopefully finish that. The heat, the gauge quit working on the propane, so the propane ran completely out. Initially, they thought they could just do 500 gallons for the next couple of days till we got a fill. That didn't even start it. That didn't even do it. That didn't even put a dent in it. So yesterday morning, we had about, I think, 2,000 gallons delivered, and then finally we had to call Comfort Air to come and start it. So we did get it started. I don't know that it warmed up completely last night, so I don't know that when they'll be bringing back the inmates, but I think we're going to try it out tomorrow and see when I get in the morning and see if it's warm. So hopefully that's restarted. The probate training I went to, I did find out that our little 22 cases are pretty good compared to the 40,000 across the BIA. That's what their backlog is. They're working on it's a software program that's going to talk to TAMs, and it's supposed to be a lot user friendly for people, and people are supposed to be able to call in somewhere or log in somewhere and be able to check the status of your probate. So more to come on that, but that was basically about the training was over a couple of days. They did the best practices, how they could help each other. But for us, we have 22 cases and 18 of those have trust assets. Unfortunately, all the other agencies are a lot higher than us. We were up there, but we did cut our backlog down. Did you want to ask a question?
I'm going to ask a question. In these probate matters that have been heard, can the respondents or those that have filed for probate, can they refile for another hearing?
No, because they're still waiting on a hearing.
I mean, if
they've-
if they've already had a hearing,
There's an appeal process, yes, sir. You
Okay.
can.
okay.
So yes, you
Do
can.
we-
I did learn that, yes.
What process do we have to take, or what process is available for them? Can you give that information to?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
I'll spell it out. I'll spell it out for Miss Evelyn and get you going on that.
Okay.
For whoever you.
Yes,
your
okay,
constituent.
thank you.
Do you have anything? No? You're just taking off your sweat. Okay. For Realty, Southwest Region Realty, one of them has taken the lead for our RIM. We're still trying to get RIM solved. The research was done over 10, I think it's 2016, 2019, 2016. The research was done 10 years ago. They were technically released, but they were not released in TAMS. I'm not understanding why they weren't released in TAMS, but we are working to get them released in TAMS. So that way, they quit bothering. I think they emailed Mr. Ballou. So that way they quit bothering Mr. Ballou and we get this settled. I did ask for an update. She just got the file last week, or 2 weeks ago. So I will follow up with that and hopefully we'll get that closed out and completed. For your 2 IMDAs, your Mossman and Bridge Creek are signed and complete. We did get them back to IESC to communicate with our other federal partners. You currently have 2 IMDAs, Preon Energy and UMU Energy. For Preon, a draft EA was emailed back, was emailed to us yesterday at the 2nd. There's none submitted for the UMU Energy one. And then we also finished our deeds of conveyances for the UMUT Housing Authority. We had been in a backlog for we found that backlog, I should say. So I was really proud of Miracle. She got them all completed within about 6 months. So, and there was about 50 of them. I think there's like 57. So, platforms, we're just waiting for a contract award. They haven't told me who they've been awarded to or who even submitted. But Ms. Bernadette Cut here helped me get it to Women so they could apply as well. For your 638 grants, we processed 29 PRs. So for your fiscal 25 money, you should have coming 570,000. For your 26 money, you should have 2.8 million coming. They wanted it. Since George left, they had a new process, and then they wanted to go back to the old process, and then I just did whatever they asked me to do. They wanted 29 separate PRs. We did 29 separate PRs. When it got to ISD, they wanted them all by contract. So I said, all right, well, we can do that. So I had to upload all the PRs by contract. So finance got them what they wanted. And ISD got what they wanted. So I don't know what's taking so long. I do know that the gal was on leave the same time as me, and she got back this week. So hopefully you'll start seeing that money coming in. If you don't, I'll be back on the 17th with numbers. And I may need a phone call from the chairman to the RD. But thank you to Patrick and Ron for helping me with that, because I couldn't have done it without you guys. Lastly, and this one I really need your guys' help with, was my natural resources position. It's never been advertised because money was taken from the position to promote the realty person that went to Southern Ute. So that natural resources position didn't have the money. It only had like $40,000 a year. You can't hire somebody with $40,000 and not have government benefits. You could contract, I guess, somebody for $40,000, but I would never be able to offer them benefits. My question is, would it be okay, because they took the money from the natural resources position, would it be okay to move the money back from realty into agriculture so I can fill that position permanently? That is one of the positions I did confirm that's on the exception list, and I can start the process to get it filled, but I can't do that without finance wants me to get your guys' approval before, because apparently, I don't know what council approved to take the money from agriculture, but apparently it's in the green book that the tribal council approved that. So I need I need approval from you guys that I can put the money back and advertise the position. But hence, that means we won't have two realty, which I'm fine with my realty person, and I have full faith in her. I don't need another realty person. I need an agriculture person.
We definitely need an agricultural person. Could you work with Miss Green in identifying that so a transmittal can go amongst the council members for their approval?
And that is the end of my report.
I just have a couple comments. Anything on the helipad come back toward us? Any timeline?
No, but I can find out. I'll find out and get it back information by the 17th.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes. And then the heat. What about the AC? Will that be ready for them to come back in the summer?
So that big thing that's sitting out here, that's a chiller. That we had to pay to have it. I would rather have paid to keep it here because I said I can't guarantee. Number one, I'm not from here. I say it got warm in March, and they said April. So I said, well, either way, I don't want you. It would have cost me $70,000 to take it back, and another $70,000 to bring it back. Whereas if they let me rent it, it was only $50,000. So that's why it's been sitting here all winter long. So yes, there is for the chiller, not the heat, but the chiller. We are getting the gauge fixed, though. We are working on getting the gauge fixed. It's the gauge that went out, and nobody knew it.
Okay, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, we'll give you those swamp coolers they bought.
Can you hook them up?
Okay. My new base. My new base.
Don't learn that word.
Is that it? I'm done.
That's it.
Okay.
That's almost like giving up mini base. Walk away.
Walk away. Walk this way. Okay, we're going to the tribal council reports. Let's start to the right. Councilwoman Knight, you have council reports, please.
Good afternoon, Toyac community, employees. My report today, since our last council meeting on February 17th, that evening after our council meeting, I attended the school board meeting in Cortez along with Councilwoman House and Councilwoman Jacket. One of the board members came to the council and asked for approval to have a chair for our little tribal member, Zamai Slang, who was murdered in 24. So I want to say thank you to the school board member and the school board in general for approving that. Mr. Zamai will have a chair in the high school until he graduates. So that's very thoughtful for them to bring that to the tribe, and it was good to be there and speak on behalf and just tell them thank you. On Thursday the 19th, I had a quick call with the TNC New Mexico just to get an update. Asked them if they're going to still come to the council meeting today, so it's good that they were here to update the rest of the council with their project. I also attended the Gaming Commission meeting. That's always good to attend to get updates from Casino and the commission on what's going on. On the 23rd, we had an executive staff meeting. DEIS came and presented to us, and we discussed some of our concerns, a discussion. And it's always good to have those Monday meetings. On Tuesday, the 24th, I had a meeting with NRCS, the Water Resource Committee Department, and Farm and Ranch regarding funding potentially for Farm and Ranch to improve their irrigation system and also their pivots. So hopefully that funding comes through for Farm and Ranch. I also had a Zoom meeting about Tawahi, our initiative for the tribe and how it can move forth from this current administration and how we can help the community with Tawahi funding. Wednesday, I met with Montezuma Land Conservancy, just to touch base with them, how we can still work together, different projects within Montezuma Land and Toyac. And then after that, the afternoon, I had a needs assessment with the Climate Action Plan. That's with TNC, Water Department, Grand Canyon Trust, so how we can better use our land and improve our land. On Thursday the 26th, I attended Miss Councilwoman Jackett's Behavioral Health Providers meeting at 1. It was really good to see all the providers. You know, they serve the same people, they have the same goals and objectives. So to get a start on how we can work together in collaboration on improving and helping our people. Friday the 27th, we just met, myself and Marilyn House, met with education to work on future bus routes for our SWO students. So hopefully next year, school year, we can have something for those kids in transportation. And what else? Yesterday, I met with TIPO just on some projects since I am one of their liaisons for the council. And also we had an executive meeting. We need to use our Utah land allotments, and we also met with the elder committee. So it's been a busy couple of weeks. Be traveling to Ignacio for a Tawahi retreat this Thursday, Friday, get a better understanding of how we can use those Tawahi funds, not only for our community, but our elders and our youth. We want to change up our priorities. And then also I wanted to bring up to the directors and the departments, if you have questions on the Administrative Affairs Act, you can come to myself or any of the council, the legal, because I know where there was concerns, discussions, pointing of fingers regarding that Administrative Affairs Act that was put on hold by the previous administration. And it's just for, the betterment of how the process works, how council can be involved, not just on one person. Because council, we oversee everything and we want to be improved within the right direction, I would say. So any questions on that Affairs Act, come talk to myself, or I know Councilman Turtle said he would be willing to explain things, but that's all I wanted to say. Thank you all for your work and have a good evening. Thank you.
You're on deck.
Okay. Hello, community. Thank you for tuning in today to our council meeting. First, I want to send my condolences to Miss Kat Hare's family and Mr. King's family. It's always a hard hit when we lose a loved one, especially a young tribal member. It hurts, and you can't help but think of the life that was lost and the person that won't be there anymore. So my condolences from my family to all of you in that tough time. I'm gonna start my report off on February 17th. We had council meeting, and then I, along with Councilwoman Jacket and I, attended the school board meeting, which was held in Cortez. We honored the young student whose life was lost, and it's always good to see the school board and the school district working with the tribe, especially in this capacity, just to honor one of our own that have fallen. On February 18th, I attended a law enforcement meeting along with some of the other council members. We just talked about updates on our law enforcement, how many law enforcement officers we do have patrolling both White Mesa and Toyac. We do have a little bit more law enforcement officers who are patrolling, so we're really happy with that. I attended one of the up-and-coming programs that I've been working on is the New True Souls. It's a walking program for the youth, so we're still working on that. Just be on the lookout for any updates and flyers that's going to be coming out later on this month. I also attended an IHS meeting with some of the other council members. It was good to speak with Mr. Randall Morgan just about how we can get more funding and that there is funding there for some of our programs that we do need it for. On February 19th, I sat on an interview panel for the CCIA. We interviewed for one of the House bills that were passed for one of the committee members to sit on. We just had one applicant, which was Terry Bessanet. So it's really good to see that she expressed interest in sitting on this committee within the Colorado district. Also, on February the 20th, the tribe was closed because of the inclement weather that we received. It was always good to see that moisture that we haven't seen for so long, and we're very thankful for that. On February 23rd, I attended the council meeting update, which we do every Mondays. February 24th, I attended the Tawahe meeting, which was on Zoom with Councilwoman Nye and Jacket. Talked about some questions we had for the Tawahe program, and we just got a little bit familiarized with what that program does and who it serves. I also sat on a CCIA special session, which was with the Lieutenant Governor and the Southern Ute and Ute Mountain. We confirmed that committee appointment for Ms. Terry Bessanet. And on February 27th, I attended a family meeting, which was in regards to education. We're still working on that. And as Ms. Knight said, that we are looking into working on getting some of our bus routes back and making our bus routes a little bit more accessible to everybody. You know, we have a lot of students that attend the RE1 school district, and we want to make sure that getting to the bus isn't going to be an issue of safety or any kind of issue. Getting to the bus should be safe, and it should be as easy as we can think it can be, because getting to school is very important. That's what we want for our children, to be able to get to the school in a safe manner. I also attended March 2nd, which was yesterday, attended the executive staff meeting, and we had a visit from the elder committee. It's always good to hear their concerns and just what they're working on and how they look forward to working with the community more. I just want to, with ending my report, I just want to kind of highlight, you know, March is Women's History Month, and if you can think back in time, you know, we do have some prominent Ute women who have made it impact on our history. One that I can think of that comes to mind is Chipita. She was also known as the Queen of the Utes. And not only that, but we have strong women that come from our families, whether it be your grandmother, your mother, your sister, your friend, or even yourself. We all can find that strong woman within us and within our family. And I would like for you to take appreciation in that. You know, when we think that we're not strong enough, we just need to look at ourselves, because in each and every one of us women, there is something strong and that's resilient. So I would really like to highlight that, being that this month is Women's History Month. Also, just a reminder, this Sunday, March 8th, is daylight savings time. Don't forget to set your clocks back. Again, we're going to be talking about the curfew. Hopefully we can do some amendments to that, or even rescind that, just because, like as I stated at the beginning of the council meeting, that daylight savings time's upon us. It's going to be early out, and you know, we want to be considerate of what our community members and family members are doing, and you know, we want to promote that being outside and being around in nature is something that, you know, we as Ute people should be blessed with. Also, just want to let everybody know this weekend, March 7th, is a powwow in Ignacio. They usually do have 3 powwows, one in January, one in February, one in March. This is just to kind of open up that powwow season of, you know, what's to come and all the good blessings that our communities can receive by that. Also, I've been stressing this too, flu shots. A lot of people have been getting sick with the flu. Cold season, even though we think it's behind us, it's still lingering. So if you feel any type of way, please go and see the your doctor or the clinic. You know, we want to make sure that everybody's as healthy as possible, and this flu that is going around is something to fight with, and it's not nice. So with that, that ends my report for this month. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Jackie.
Hi, good afternoon. Community members. A lot of attending all these meetings, and with Ms. House and Ms. Klein, we were going to the school board meetings and attending what they're talking about. So I, was there with them. Then I attended the Bruna meeting they had, went in for a short period. Just did the Zoom with the Wahi, and I think that Wahi is a really big piece of services that will be provided to the community based on their needs. So also, we had, I attended the Indian Health Service at the clinic, and that was, they talked about what is needed, what can they do to improve the services of the clinic. So what I learned was that if you go to the walk-in in Cortez, and it's for walk-in because, they're all backed up for appointments here at the clinic. They said you can go to the clinic. You can go to the walk-in in Cortez and call the clinic after you make your visit, and they can pay for that cost there. So that was a plus that I learned from them. Also, I had got this behavior health wraparound services. We're going to be meeting every Thursday of the month. And those are the service providers. We're going to all come together and meet and discuss talk about the services that they're providing in the community. There was a lot of, we had a good feedback from that. So we're going to continue with that, and we're talked about doing a universal referral. So that is really needed, and they're going to use only one form to refer in their clients or whoever that needs services. So we had housing, we had the courts there, counseling and treatment, and IR. And who else came? See, there's a list of service providers that came. I know the clinic staff came. Christy was there too, so we had a good turnout. And we're going to continue with that because we really do need the services with the behavior health. We really need it. We are desperate in the needs that the community. We're dealing with a lot of stress and a lot of emotions. We're dealing with traumas. So we need to really try to find a way, get our service providers to really come together so that they can, help the individual or anybody that needs help around that mental health. Let's see. Also, I like to say I'm very sorry, we lost another young person, and that really touches my heart. And that's what we're dealing with, we in this community. We really need to come together as families, and support each other and talk to our young people. I know sometimes it's very hard to talk to our young, our children, our grandkids. But as adults, it's our responsibility. You know, a long time ago, neither it was the aunties or the uncles that always, you know, came forward to discipline their nephews and nieces in a positive way. So, and I'm just sorry to hear that again today, the loss that we have. And it's important that we take care of our young people, our children, our grandkids, you know, keep them safe. That should be our main focus as a community. So I just want to say that. And so Tawayak for listening to my report here. And you guys all have a good evening, and hope that tomorrow brings something good our way for us to do it in a positive thing to keep us going for the days ahead. Tawayak.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Jacket. Treasurer Jacket?
Yes, Chairman, Council. Good afternoon, tribal employees, community members, tribal members near and far. Thank you for listening to us wherever you may be seeing us. So, a lot of us, council, we were all mostly in the same meeting since the last council meeting on February 17th. So, IHS, we do got the IHS meeting that Catherine went to was a different one that myself and Chairman White Skunk and Secretary House attended. We sat with the financial manager for all of IHS, Mr. Randall Morgan. So he gave us really good news, gave us a lot of good extensions. So it's all for council treatment. So that's why we had a council treatment here. He wants to digitalize how we do our application and how information sent. So that's a good part on him. And he's also, hopefully he hires a new counselor too, and a youth counselor here really soon. That same day, we had water come because there was a drought environmental impact study. So that study, the last study was done in 2000, so it needed to be updated. And the government uses that for what the tribes needs. Because they don't come to us all the time. This will be written down of our needs at this time. So anything we foresee within the next 5 to 10 years, it'd be good we put it into there so that it's documented and the government knows where we're coming from. I did attend the water Thursday. We did try it, but the tribal council did shut down the tribe on the 20th. It was bad. It looked bad. We didn't know if it was getting better. The weather was going up and down, so we did what was in the best interest of the tribe. And a lot of our employees live off the reservation. We needed to for their safety for everyone. On that 23rd, on Monday, we had our little council executive meeting here in the chambers. And this is all information. This is really good information. And I think Chairman Whitefoot for bringing this up. It's really good to have Monday meetings to get us all informed. Keep tribal council and our executive staff and some of our departments keep us all informed. Because that Tuesday meeting when we're all together, sometimes we don't get all the information. Or sometimes during the week we don't get really no information. But this is a good way for us to keep them informed for the tribe. As Councilwoman I said, there was an NRCS meeting at the casino, and our ranch irrigation system really needs to be updated. It hasn't been updated since it was put together. The nozzles, the spray, the canal, all need to be updated. It's not going to all happen right away. It's going to happen in sections. So the first part they're looking at is, well, 5,000 to 6,000 to put funding in to get those parts that we need to keep it going. Because they are on the federal level, they're very much in support of us to keep our ranch running. On that next Monday, there was a chapter meeting, and I've been in the office, and it's good when membership comes and they get to let out their frustration, you get the plan right away. And I know a lot of members have questions about what's going on. Council said here, we're willing to let you know what's going on a one-to-one basis. And sometimes if we don't know what it is, then we can point you the right way. And as the rest of the council said, at executive meeting yesterday, it was really good. It went long. It was good along. And I didn't expect it to go that long, but it just, like I said, information as what council said, we have land lease in White Mesa area. So we have to pick up where they left off, where past directors have let them go or nothing's been done here. So I thank Mr. Stoner for bringing that up. And also Marcus Ketchum has been really good in White Mesa, being there with the bench crew, with the temp workers. So it's just really good to see White Mesa coming together. So membership, I was stressed out to get a fire extinguisher, get a fire alarm in your house. Our houses are so old that it's a tinderbox. It's a tinderbox. This dry summer that's going to be coming up, I really suggest you get water lines. Just have a plan. And if you have one of those metal cage doors, maybe don't have them locked all the time. If you have a key outside, because God forbid anything happens, I will not wish bad on anyone's home or anything, but they need a way to get in. They need a way to get in. And if the wind's really blowing, I would strongly suggest not breaking the windows or anything. Just keep it right there, because that wind, when it picks up, it will pick up that fire too. I've seen something hopefully I never get to see again, but it's tough to see someone lose their home. So membership, just an update on the March 11th is at 5:30. There's going to be a community meeting with NRED Home Insurance. I would suggest everyone who's a homeowner, even if you're a rental, go there and see how they can help you out. It's an insurance, you're going to pay something into it, but it's good to be insured. I'm not sure myself. I'm going to have to look into this. And we all know how car insurance is. Home insurance is probably the same way, payment-wise too. But it's good to have that, because if God forbid if your house burns down or anything, that would be one way to have your house come back up in a reasonable time. So, membership, with that being said, Ms. Cutler and Mr. King, I knew them for a really long time through temp worker. It was good to keep them busy. It's good to keep them busy. Membership needs to be kept busy. When they're not busy, then that's when the mind starts wandering off. They get bored. So I would suggest to temp worker, find anything for our membership to do. Right now, it's warm. Have them walk have them get a supervisor from Public Works or somebody. Have them walk the streets and start picking up trash. You know, I know he got the funding. I know it's there, but keep our people busy. And so let's talk about council chairman today. You know, we can only do so much and get so much from these providers, but 10%, 5%, it's a responsibility to get ourselves out of bed, to walk, to keep us busy, read, do something. I know it's hard, but it is possible. And you see people who have led a good life, who made their life change around. And just keep them in mind. That's just how did you go about it? How did you break it? How did you not fall into that trap? How did you get out of that trap? So I just like to put that up for membership. So council, members, committee members, employees, everybody listening, have a good rest of the day, good rest of the week, but I'll see you. And Chairman.
Thank you. Vice Chairman.
Good afternoon, everyone out there that's observing this council meeting today. Unfortunately, I was out for a whole week because I fell ill after the last council meeting, so I was kind of restricted on what I needed, what I had to do and what I wanted to do. So, but I did attend a meeting with Tree Utah. They're a nonprofit organization out of Salt Lake City that I got connected with through my connections at the University of Utah. We were looking for some trees to plant around the White Mesa Bear Dance ground. They are very engaged with us, and they will actually be coming down on the 20th of this month during the 100 Years of Silence / Anuj anniversary that's going to be held in White Mesa. they're gonna provide a tree for the worship dance that we're having there. And then following, before that, they're gonna tour the Bear Dance ground. One of the goals that one of our Bear Dance chiefs, Jack Campsey Jr., had is he had a vision of building and planting trees around the Bear Dance ground, which would be the corral. So we would not have to go out and harvest trees every fall when we have our Bear Dance. So they're really looking forward to that. I think we're gonna start with 78 trees that they're gonna bring down that are gonna be planted. And as that grows, we'll just fill it in with the limited harvest every fall for our Bear Dance. So in a few years, we might have a Bear Dance ground that's, Bear Dance corral that's self-sustaining. So that's something that I think would be a really good thing for us, because as we know, the world is changing, climate change is real, it's not a hoax. So, you know, that's just something that we could do our little part in preserving the earth. All of next week, there'll be the Bears Ears in-person meeting, Bears Ears Coalition in Bluff, Utah. So that'll be from Monday until Friday. My schedule is kind of hit and miss that week, so I'm putting my trust in Mr. Apache to be there and do some representation on the part of the Ute Mountain Tribe. So, and Thursday, San Juan Counseling out of Blanding will be in White Mesa. They're going to do a focus group on intake, and I think they're going to be focusing on measures of suicidal prevention. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to learn from them as they're going to learn from us. So this small focus group is going to sit down with them and give them their opinion on what they see that our community needs. We're working on a really good collaboration with State of Utah now. Mr. Ozzy Escarte will be in White Mesa on March the 27th, and he will be doing a meeting again with the Department of Health and Human Services and our service providers in White Mesa based around health. State of Utah has a federal grant that has come through, and that's going to funnel down to our tribal communities. So we're looking at putting together a budget for any shortfalls that we have in services coming out of Toyoak. We can get those services through the State of Utah. So our first priority is the mental health that's coming down, and we're going to expand on that as the program allows. So I'm looking really looking forward to that, and I appreciate that. I also want to thank Chairman White Skunk for attending the last meeting with the Department of Health and Human Services. I was out sick, so he took charge, so I appreciate that. And that concludes my report. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. I'm sorry. I just want to send my condolences out to the family of the loved ones that were lost. Please keep everyone in your thoughts. Hold your children tight and let them know that you love them. All family members. Just let them know that that love is there and that you always will support them in whatever they have to do. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Tribal members, this is my report from July 18th, as most of you have heard. As most of you have heard, the meetings that they have been involved in, I as well have attended those meetings, made introductions, and heard some of the concerns and issues. The first meeting we had was our IHS 638 contracts that needed to be renewed with the new FY26 funding. In that discussion, we discussed the full amount of funding going to be awarded to the tribe in regards that in years past, we have been on a reimbursement cost associated with these departments. And I believe we fulfill the obligation or the requirements that needed our commitment to. So starting here shortly, as soon as they get those documents back and we start receiving the full total amount of funds for the public health, health educator, the mental health, the EMS program, the substance abuse program, they will be fully funded 100% so that we don't have to do reimbursements. As well, we indicated that the 638 component to these programs are tribally driven. Department directors, you really have to understand that these 638 programs and the tribe as well, these 638 programs are driven by the tribe. The government gives you the funds to create the programs that you want to initiate to service your tribal members under the scope of work. As long as you fill that scope of work and submit it and follow it accordingly, you will continue to be okay with that program funding. Now, if you start to change it, there'll be a process that you need to take to modify that grant to meet the need. And there were some concerns and some suggestions that our contract self-determination education assistant act coordinator, Mr. Randall Morgan, was open to discuss, but he's going to discuss that with the program manager as to the types of service that they would like to incorporate into that program of the counseling and services program, and suggested by Councilman Treasurer Jacket to bring in a fiscal manager into that program with additional youth counselors, and he is currently in the process of hiring additional counselors so he could focus on the administrative portion of that program. It's up and running, and we're going to ensure that it continues to move in that direction. The other meeting that we were attending as the council was our draft environmental impact study meeting that we submitted a letter and comments regarding the Lake Mead and the Lake Powell reservoirs and the depletion of water that is going to impact all on the western Colorado River area. So we are making a comment, and we submitted our letter to ensure that we are in agreement with that impact statement or impact study. We had a law enforcement meeting amongst the ASAC, the Albuquerque area office, as well as Chief Bonali on matters as to what it's going to take for us to have this relationship that is always a concern from the tribal membership as well as from the tribal government. We know the shortfalls in the funding that they're faced with, but we're going to continue to move ahead with some of the suggestions, and we have Vice Chairman Cansey and Councilman Turtle, who are the law enforcement liaison for the tribal council, and they're going to suggest a new law enforcement meeting that will come up within the next months as scheduled. Again, on the 19th, we had the Utah Department of Health, Ozzy Escarte, who is the department director for the American Indian, Alaska Native portion of the department, came with his staff, different program directors, met with the tribe, White Mesa, and there are many opportunities for the services to be rendered at the state level that addresses many of the concerns, as well as County Commissioner Harry, what was his name? The County Commissioner. There was a county commissioner that is part of the Department of Health who has encouraged the tribal membership into the inclusions of its committees. They've got the Behavior Health Committee that needs to be filled from the community of White Mesa. There is a committee of law enforcement that is open as well for committee or member of the committee to be a part of the San Juan Law Enforcement Committee. There is a ambulatory position, committee member, and a planning committee member for the San Juan County, and that is all included for the White Mesa community members to participate. They encourage their participation in getting on these boards so that the White Mesa community can have a voice in the San Juan County, Utah government. So that was open to us, and it's going to be an ongoing program. We talked to the probation officer of San Juan County, who is looking forward to working with our recidivism program, as well as our counseling service programs, and the initiation of ongoing consultation and dialogue has begun. And we are looking forward to that this coming Thursday with the mental health and behavioral health meeting that's going to happen in White Mesa. We've also had the University of Utah meeting on the 20th, 21st in Salt Lake City regarding the relationship between the government-to-government relationship with Governor Cox, as well as the Lieutenant Governor and the representatives that are from San Juan County who want to open the doors for the tribe to have a seat at the table regarding state issues as well as national issues as well. I requested a meeting with the senators and congressmen of the state of Utah to talk some of issues regarding the health, education, as well as the water settlements for the state of Utah. They're coming to wind down on some of the water settlements that are there, so it was very informative. We had on the 23rd executive staff meeting. I want everybody to know that these executive staff meetings are going to be meetings that will bring information to the Tribal Council of current and past week accomplishments by the department directors. One of the things that I would like to, and we have included, was to bring the committees before the Tribal Council on an informational basis as to their programs and their committees as to what they do for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. Yesterday, we had the Senior Elder Committee come before the Tribal Council. They gave us a few pointers and directives as to what they would like to be included as well. So again, the Elder Committee has one position open for membership to fulfill the 5 required committee membership onto that board. We had the Manta LaSalle, or on the 23rd, we had the Manta LaSalle management plan presented by the National Forest Service of Manta LaSalle. Went over the draft management plan. It's going to the Federal Registry for a 60-day public comment, and that's been worked on with the Tribal Council, former council members who have participated in that dialogue to establish this well-written management plan that hasn't been done in 20 years, and it's finally completed. So we had that meeting, and then we got another environmental impact study update for our comment period for the Lake Mead and Lake Powell. The 24th, as indicated, there was a special meeting at 3 o'clock, 4 p.m. on CCIA to approve a new member to the committee, which was approved. We had a Brunot Hunting Committee Brunot Hunting Commission meeting on the same day, the 24th at 10 a.m. We went over the logistics of the program. We want that to adhere to what the consent decree is and the hunting treaty rights of the Brunot Hunting Commission or the Brunot Hunting area. So that's going to be work in progress as well. I briefly stepped into the NRCS meeting where Mr. Martinez, Mr. Preston, Treasurer Jacket were present, and Councilperson Knight met with staff from the NRCS EQIP program to look at grant funding for updating and upgrading some of the agricultural systems on farm and ranch. On the 27th, I went to the water, what they call the Water Resource Task Force meeting. Letitia Yazzie, myself, was at the Interstate Water Commission building, went and reviewed the new policy that had been submitted by the commission. There's an intertribal organization that is consisted of her sitting on the commission through council resolution, and she'll continue to serve in that capacity, and the documents and the legislative act pertaining to the establishment of this water commission with the Pueblos and the tribes and the Apache nations is a final document that addresses the New Mexico Indian water rights. The governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, was very supportive in the commission and looks forward to ongoing dialogue for the Ute tribe as well as the Apache and Pueblo nations as well. So again, my report is just as what I'm talking about. This week they got a 5-year planning strategic retreat in Ignacio, Tawahi. The WDC board meeting Thursday, as well as the White Mesa Mental Health Behavior Health Program. On the 9th of March, we are going to have a full day of enrollments, tribal enrollments matters. That's going to become a topic that is going to be all day. Bears Ears National Monument meeting in Bluff, Utah for the whole week of the 9th through the 13th. On the 11th is the waste management consultation in Tooele, Utah, with uranium site cleanup by the Intertribal Organization of Indians in the Goshute area. On the 12th, we have the pillar mediation meeting that is going to take place as well. The next council meeting is going to be on the 17th of October. And there's a set of meetings that the Tribal Council will be attending in Denver. We have the Utah Tribal Leaders in Cedar City, Utah. We have the Ute Day. We have the Utah Tribal Leaders the 20th. We have the IHS Albuquerque Area Tribal Consultation. We have the Albuquerque Area Epidemiology Annual Meeting, and as well, those meetings are going to be ongoing. So I thank you for the reports from the council. March 20th, excuse me. Okay, so at this time, Tribal Council, we are going to go into executive session. Can I get a motion to go into executive session? I got a motion from the Treasurer Jacket to go into executive. I got a second, Ms. Jacket. Tribal Council members or tribal members, I would like to thank you for tuning in to our Tribal Council meeting. There are a lot of issues, concerns that we are addressing, and you heard today of the presentations that have come before you. One of the things that is going to be discussed is a land giveaway to the Ute Mountain Ute tribe in the Dolores County area, and that's going to be work in progress. So again, I would like to go to the vote to go into executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? I have a consensus 5-4-0.